We're back. So what do we do here? No daily quite yet. No daily reset. We can do attack. We can do strength. We could go see about hunter. Wow, we're actually like honing into the point where there's only a few options. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's like done though. So not counting that. 4, 5, 6. That's it, right? If that were the case, then that would mean that we were done with 17 skills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Good Lord, man. Wow. I mean, looking at it that way, it does seem like great progress. Okay. So we have, it's about 7, which means we have about 5 hours left in this stream. And so we could get a level here in strength. About. We were doing 150k here. We could get most of the experience here. It's pretty unlikely that the weekend's gonna treat us well, but I guess I'm more interested in getting some progress there. Let's see. We'll give it a shot. We haven't spent a lot of time doing Jinchompas on the weekend, but we'll give it a chance. So the carpentry, or no, the construction cape. Rada's blessing and the Fremennik boots. Yeah, that's right. And then food is the rest. Why do I feel like the in-game music is so loud? Oh, because it's turned up for me. Haha, of course. We do this and this. Okay. Let's give it a chance. We haven't tried it a lot because it seemed like it was so bad that one day. But we only tried it once, right? Maybe there's no one hanging out today. Maybe today's a great day, a beautiful... There's 740 people in the 2200 world. Yeah, damn, that is a lot of people with maybe not a max gate, but approaching that. Good Lord. What is Gandius? Is that the island that it, like, went to on accident? During Monkey Madness 2? Or Monkey Madness 1, I guess it would have been. Wait. Wait, this isn't how I get there. Right. I'm thinking how to burst. No. We're not bursting or doing Jinchompas. This is how we get to... We're not bursting, we're throwing Jinchompas. We're getting Jinchompas. Yeah. It's like, wait a second. This isn't right. Where am I going? Empty hider isn't on, is it? Okay, good. Just walking directly into a PKer with 0 fear because I am a fool with my blinders on. So Peak, huh? I've played it once before. I gotta say, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I really underestimated it when I first heard about it. I was like, I don't know, because like those streamer games, those like French slop is what they're calling them nowadays, right? They don't really seem like they're for me in a big way, but I definitely can have a good time with them. I think Human Fall Flat is probably my favorite though. I remember the name of it, by the way, Human Fall Flat. Repo is very good too though. just because Repo scales so well. Like late game Repo seems like a very different game in a lot of ways. Like I never really considered Repo like almost like a roguelike with regards to like your progression. Like you just become stronger in such a way that you can like actually fight the monsters at some point. And they don't get stronger, right? I think it actually lends itself to that. Wait. Oh, okay. I thought I got an extra trap somehow, but it was fine. It was just the trap that was in my pockets as I was doing the reset. But anyways, Repo seems pretty good too. Human Fall Flat is like a little different in that it's got like, it's a lot more of a party game, which I think makes a lot of sense, right? Like, why wouldn't you want to? I think it's called Human Fall Flat, isn't it? But anyways, it ends up playing a lot like Peak, but without the procedural mountain and the RNG on the crates. So it's a lot more like a puzzle game, like a proper puzzle game. I like both though. I think they're both very good games. At least so far. Peak has a lot of time, right? It might even still be early access. So maybe it'll be a little different. I doubt it's going to change all that much. And it seems like it's a fine game as it is now as well. So like, I don't know what would be early access about it, if that makes sense. Seems like a pretty complete experience. There's a lot that's like worth learning about the game. I don't know if learning about all that stuff makes the game better though. You know, because like the worst part about like Lethal Company, for example, in my opinion, is like not knowing how things work. Whereas in like Repo, it feels a lot more forgiving to just not know stuff here and there. And in Peak, similarly, it feels pretty forgiving for the most part. And I feel like if you know all that there is to know, you might end up with like a dominant strategy sort of a situation where it's like, oh, well, this is the optimal way to do this. And that's just the way that you're going to do it. Whereas like, even if there is a dominant strategy in Repo, it feels like there's so much room to like, for failure, like degrees of failure or whatever. It's like, no, you can just have a good time even if people aren't being optimal. Whereas Lethal Company, it feels a lot less so the case, at least unless you're playing with like a bunch of people. I think I've seen like the expanded player cap mods or whatever. It's like 20 or 30 people all in one lobby together where you're just like throwing bodies at the monsters or something. Oh, I should show this. There we go. 200k an hour. What is going on there? I mean, we only just started, but like, dang, that's crazy. I mean, I guess my rate would be higher because my catch rate is higher, which means that there's less traps that are going to go red on me, but dang, seems like really good. We never really ended up learning how to do the one tick. I think it's probably pretty good, but I don't know. This is fast too. It's just not as fast as it could be, you know? Actually didn't check. Since Spud wasn't live, I actually don't know if he's like going live now to play Persona. He's been doing a subathon, if you guys didn't know. Probably should have introduced Spud a little bit better, in retrospect. You know, whoops, I guess. But yeah, Papa Spud Twitch, he's a good friend. We played only a couple games with him so far, but I've been in his stream, in and out of his stream for a very, very long time. It's always a good company. He mostly plays retro games, it seems like nowadays, but He's definitely a variety streamer. He's been playing through the Persona franchise, starting with the first game. He's most of the way through the second one, I hope, at least at this point. He's been playing the second game for a very long time. But the subathon, the idea behind the subathon right now is that he's playing through the entire Persona franchise. So as long as the subathon's going, he's going to keep playing through the games. I think he's got like a good 50 hours left too, which might be enough for the third game, but it depends on how far in the second one he is, and also how long the third one ends up being. Those JRPGs can be like really grindy, but he played through the entire Xeno franchise. If you're familiar with Xenogears and Xenosaga, I think he played like literally every game in the franchise last subathon. But he doesn't just do subathons. It seems like he's always trapped in a subathon, but he does more than that as well. He did a VTuber game show. We actually raided into him yesterday. A little bit of technical difficulties here or there, but it was a great time. A few of the homies. But yeah, we're just going to be vibing it out, I think, for the rest of the day. Doesn't seem like today's a terrible day. Seems like we can maybe get something done as far as Hunter goes. Which is better than I expected, to be honest. But we'll see. Oh wait, am I still in his thing? I definitely should leave. Usually I hang out in my own server, so I prefer. Oh yeah, we were in a call. Okay, and I'm back. Okay. As we were. I should definitely cast Vengeance. Not at the expense of my rate, though. The rate's the most important thing. I think I set up my quick prayers last time, right? So we should be good on that front. Would you believe me if I said that my hand kind of hurts? Somehow? Still? Again? I don't know what's going on. Just not giving my hand enough time to heal, I guess. Kind of want to just like stick to it for now. 200k an hour. It's like very possible that we get this done in 5 hours then. I don't know if it's realistic, but it's like very possible. I don't know. We'll check again in an hour. Or at an hour, perhaps. Blue Doer. You could always come back if you wanted to kill me. It's possible. I think that most people that come through on clues don't seem to be BKers, though, to be honest, but we'll see. All right. I would like to cast Venge, but it doesn't seem like getting too much time to be able to do that, which honestly is a good thing, if anything. It's like if we're busy, we're busy. Good. It's just something that I really want to do, and it does bother me that I haven't done it. All right, now's our chance. There we go. Nothing is owed. Well, we can check quick prayers. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nothing is owed. Okay, so if we want to come back to if we want to come back here, what's a good time to leave? Obviously after the dailies reset, which I think is in an hour. Like, we're here now, but I'm saying, like, if we wanted to leave for any reason, that would be a good time. We could obviously leave at any interval, like at any gold marker. Like, okay, that's enough gold. I don't want to lose these chins type situation. What else? My hand hurts too bad. It's another reason to stop. Someone says to. Somebody's like, what are you doing risking that much money? You better get the fuck out of here. It's like, okay, fine. Man, it really is beautiful. The skill progression, I mean. It's been so slow for so long, but now it does really seem like we're close. We're not like that close because of rune crafting, but it does seem close, genuinely. I don't know how close it is in reality, though. Let's see. Let's look at the level. No, 34. So we're not that close. 2277. Yeah, so 34. Not actually that close. Got a ways to go. Which is kind of silly in a way. Doesn't really seem like it, but you know, there's 7 here, 4 there, 1, 2. So that's 14 plus 13 there, 27 plus 6, 33. Oh, 34. Yeah, plus 1. Okay. I miscounted. So closer than I thought, but still not terribly close either. No small part due to rune crafting though. And that's just gonna be what it is. We're gonna do that skill as fast as we can, and it's not gonna be very fast. Well, not as fast as we can, right? Technically, you can do it faster with runners, but that's not happening realistically, right? We're not doing that. I wonder how many runners you need to like be doing rune crafting full time. Obviously, it depends on what rune you're doing, but like for optimal rates, whatever gives you the most. Would that be Wrath runes then? Or Wrath the most value? per inventory, I guess, is what it would ultimately be. You wouldn't even use the pouch probably, right? Because you can't really get your pouch full from another player unless you trade them twice, and there's no way that's worth it, right? So I guess you would still wear the, what is it? Eye set? I forget what it's called. Tempest of the Eye? Temple of the Eye? Just because you get extra runes from it. Doesn't give you any extra experience, but it's just free money at that point. It's not like wearing anything else would help you if you have runners going. Oh, my rate's dropping. It's okay. We were in the 200k range for a while. Enjoy the limelight while it lasts, you know? Now, I wonder why it's limelight. Is the light actually green? Like literally a lime colored light? Or do you grow limes in a spotlight? Thus, a light for limes. Obviously, they don't naturally grow in a spotlight, but there's definitely a world where, or even like a lime that grows in a spotlight gets bigger or something, or is tastier or anything like that. You know what I mean? The limelight is like the cream of the crop. That could also be a thing. There's a lot of ways that limelight could in reality be true. Though I guess that was like a literal lime colored light and also a literal light for a lime. I guess it was just those two things, but there's two reasons why you would have a limelight. Or I'm sorry, a light for a lime. I realized that saying limelight again was pretty ambiguous as to what I actually intended. Oh, that reminds me. What's dinner for today? So we had pizza before. Pork and beans, I guess, would be ideal. We ended up having like ramen noodles yesterday, but we didn't even like eat half of it. So I probably am like behind food-wise, to be honest, if anything, calorically. So I should probably eat something pretty hearty if I can help it. So yeah, pork and beans probably is a good call. It's a lot of beans. It's like a can of beans, can of like spinach. So I was thinking that, okay, so I have like this can, it's like mixed greens or whatever. Like collard greens or whatever, something like that. And it ends up being like twice of what I'm used to, basically, right? As far as like the amount of, you know, spinach or whatever, right? Which is a little too much, but, well, it's a lot too much, to be honest. But I can obviously use half a can now and half a can later. So that's kind of what the plan is. But you obviously don't want to just leave half a can lying around. So I think what we do is like we do half a can now and then like store it in like a Tupperware container or something in the refrigerator, and then have it tomorrow as well. So we'll have like 2 pork and beans days in a row. Just like a little crazy, but not extremely crazy. I think we've got a decent amount left as well. So we've got, I think, 5 cans of beans, which is 5 days of pork and beans, really. So if that's the case, given what we have in the freezer as well, we're talking maybe not next week, but the following week is when we get groceries. Before, when I got groceries, I decided not to get a cake, right? I think that we should do a cake, though. I really do. I think that I should pursue a cake, not for the cake, not for the sake of making a cake, but for the sake of ambition, you know? For the sake of accomplishing something that we haven't done before, and, you know, like that being meaningful in and of itself in some way. You know what I mean? I think that we should make a cake. As such, I think that I should determine what kind of cake we get in advance of getting the cake, because it's not going to be, oh, I want this. It's going to be a matter of accomplishing something. Because last time when I was ready to pick out a cake, I decided not to, because I was like, I'm going to be so disappointed in this cake. Like, I just don't feel like this cake is going to matter to me in a way that I'm like going to be like fulfilled or anything. And the bad vibes are not welcome. You know what I mean? We need positive energy when we're doing something new. So it's not about what kind of cake we want. It's about successfully creating a cake of our design, right? So we just need to determine what cake we should be going for, right? And that'll help narrow the field. I think that there was like an Oreo one. Maybe that's what we should do. Maybe we should do like Oreo, like a brand name Oreo cake, just absolutely disgusting with regards to like, you know, health or all that, you know, whatever, right? We're just going to go in crazy. We'll do whatever the box says, and then we'll like supplement the box with like our own Oreos or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Something like that. You know what I mean? We should do something like decadent. You know, we should like go over the top if we can. It's gonna be like, oh yeah, I successfully did this thing. Or, you know, like we fucked it up, but it was like fine. You know, it's fine. Something like that. Somewhere in between, I guess, is really what I'm hoping for. I would be okay with like not perfectly achieving. Oh, that does remind me as well, though. Another thing that I'm like looking forward to in like a universal sense, not something that I'm like expecting soon, is ordering Chinese food again. Because there's a local Chinese place, which is quite good, right? But we don't go there all the time because it's a little, not like a lot expensive. It's a little expensive. But they do have some very, very fucking good food. You know what's weird? I've had more consistent food from Chinese, like family restaurants, than I've had from anywhere else, I think, in my life. I think the McDonald's variants, the variants that I've had from like a McDonald's McDouble, is like 2 or 3 times as much as the Chinese food that I've had from like various different Chinese places across the fucking country. Somehow those family restaurants and those like family run Chinese restaurants that are like not part of a chain, but like all have the exact same fucking menu. What is up with that? How is the food that consistent? How come it doesn't matter where I get the Chinese food at all? And it's exactly the same. Like, it's good. Like, I enjoy it. But it seems like it doesn't matter at all. Delta says I'm about to get myself some teriyaki chicken. Is teriyaki Chinese? Teriyaki sounds Japanese. Toriyaki. Tori is like a kind of bird. It's like a chicken, I think. But it sounds like a Japanese word. Teriyaki. It does sound Japanese to me, but I don't actually know if it is. It also could be Chinese for sure as well. Or even worse, it could be like a Chinese dish with a Japanese name. Shout out to ramen. Nothing Japanese about ramen. It's like Chinese or whatever, right? Even though it's like very much associated with Japan, at least in a lot of cases. No small part due to Naruto nowadays, I'm sure. Delta says we'll just mark that down as Asian food. See, your intellectual curiosity disappoints me. Your lack of intellectual curiosity disappoints me. It's about where things are from, man. Rather than learning something new, you just write it off as a loss. You fool. You absolute buffoon. That's the difference between you and me, Delta. Everything matters. Nothing should be left to chance. But yeah, teriyaki's good. I usually go for Chinese. I go with General Tso's or Tao. I think it's General Tao, actually. It's spelled TSO, but I think it's like weirdly Tao or something like that. But anyways, that's probably my favorite thing from Chinese. No, my favorite thing is crab rangoon. The fucking wontons with the fucking cheese or crab substitute or whatever the fuck. That's like, that's the one. That's fucking primo. Need the sweet and sour sauce. Need it. I can do it without it, but you need it. That's what makes it a S tier, right? It's A tier without, but it's S tier with. General Tso, whatever. Then what else? Delta says, I'm the most curious guy you've met. I just can't be bothered right now. Too hungry to care. That's not true. You're not the most curious guy I've met. No way. No fucking chance. Ain't no way that's true. Delta says sesame chicken is my shit. I've never had sesame chicken, I don't think. They have like a spare ribs thing. I'm pretty sure most places do. Most Chinese, like I said, they all seem to have the same fucking menu somehow. And the spare ribs that they have are quite good as well. What else is there? What else do I normally get? I usually get some kind of seafood thing. They've had mussels pretty consistently, or I've gotten mussels from them pretty consistently. They're good. They're fine. It's just like a seafood thing, really. Shrimp is obviously good. Not amazing though. I used to get lo mein every single time. Like anytime I went to a Chinese place, I would get lo mein every single time. I would at least change the type of lo mein sometimes, but like it's okay. I don't think I would do lo mein ever again though. Like I wouldn't be upset with the lo mein, but like we can do better, you know? I think the main reason why I don't like lo mein as much nowadays is because not only is it like basically like noodles, but there's no vegetables. That's the highlight for me. The vegetable experience is primo, man. That's what I want. If I could get like 4 times as much vegetables and also no rice, we're talking. I don't have a problem with rice. I actually quite like the rice with like a lot of the dishes, but I would rather get like 4 entrees and 1 thing of rice than 2 entrees and 2 things of rice ish. You know what I mean? It ends up being something like that breakdown wise. Like the rice is really, really the thing that fills you, which is like good as far as like the economy goes. Like if you're just trying to like buy, you know, less food that is also filling. And it's not like the rice is like just a filler. Oh God. For joke? What? I don't know what he means by that. Like he wasn't actually trying to kill me, maybe? I don't know. I certainly don't believe it. Not for a second. If I got frozen, he's going to keep trying to kill me, I think. But, you know, whatever. I think it's one of those situations where he didn't freeze me and thus it was a joke. Haha, you know, whatever. This guy's still here. Okay, so we do this one. We do this one. This one. And this. And this. We actually should have done those last two in reverse order so I could make it to this one in one tick. It's okay. Not a huge deal. We also didn't get our extra Guam leaves, which is unfortunate. What? Void Waker, no spec? Teleblock? No, I guess I'm not actually helping anymore. Is that monkey, that dragon's here. God, look at the switches. This guy's doing the most. Kind of wish this was a multi-combat area so I could venge other. Later, man. That was worth every second. Fuck my rate. So that guy basically showed up, definitely failed to kill me, then I think reset, came right back to try and grief the other guy. So it's very likely, in my opinion, that he's going to be there right now. But we'll see. I stand to lose very little by going right back right now. But we'll see. This will tell us if that guy is going to be camping us no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Which will be good information. We can also try a different world. Oh. Hey, look. Hold on. So homie did come back. And then this guy's also here. We won't hang out here though. I think that's too many people. Wish them luck though. All right, so the guy who was PKing us also didn't instantly come back. Yo, is there not a 2K world on the East Coast? Am I tripping? Oh, it doesn't have a ping. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, because I'm here. No, I'm in the 22 world. What? Weird. I don't understand that. It just doesn't have a ping. Maybe it's like not connected to me somehow. Those two guys are sharing. I think that you probably can share and it's like fine. I don't know what the limit to the number of people is though. I guess I could have found out now, but it's fine. I don't really want to be like all up in this guy's stuff. I was gone, you know what I mean? So it's only fair that I let him have it. Pikachu says Costco. It's where the costs go. I don't think so, man. Have you ever gotten a Costco hot dog? They're supposed to be extremely cheap and quite good. Petco says, or I'm sorry, Pikachu says, Petco, it's where the pets go. Used to be their slogan. That might be true. It's kind of a weird slogan for Petco. Do people go to Petco like it's a vet and stuff? Do they go there with their pet, like to do stuff? Like I wouldn't even go to Petco with my dog. You know what I mean? Because I would feel like my dog is not welcome in this establishment where I buy stuff for my dog. Pikachu says, I have, but it's been a while. The CEO, Costco, actually gives me hope for capitalism. Pikachu says, I think they take them, but only because like they can find toys and whatnot, you know? Yeah, but I don't think I need my dog to help me find a toy for him. You know what I mean? Dogs aren't like cats where like you buy something for your cat and they're like, that's cool. I just want the box. Dogs love anything that you give them. Pikachu says, does this toy resonate with your dog? Is it what he wanted? Yeah. Literally anything you give him is good enough. Like, what do you mean? Pikachu says, does this fish tank spark joy for my fish? I literally don't even know how you would interpret joy from your fish. I literally don't know what you're... Not reading its facial expressions. It's not a thing. Pikachu says, me neither, to be honest. In fact, I don't even think that you should be moving your fish around, because like jostling their containers like probably upsetting to them. Pikachu says, but I blame my ignorance, not the fish. That's definitely fair, actually, because just because we're not able to perceive it doesn't mean that it isn't there. Your fish absolutely could be distressed in a way that is perceptible to others. It's just not to you. I kind of like there being a bunch of us here. Is that guy? That was a hunter cape. This guy's going for the pet, huh? Oh, she was the best. Pikachu says the ocean's all kind of jostling. It is technically, but like not the same. I don't think it's the same. Because when the ocean's jostling, it's like moving the fish around, like in time with the ocean, if you will. But like your micro movements, like you shifting your body around or whatever, is a much more stressful inertia relative force. I feel like you understand what I'm saying. I feel like it would be a lot more dramatic than what the ocean typically is doing, except on like the surface or something like that. Unless you're in like, because like even in like the ocean currents or whatever, like the slipstreams, like in Finding Nemo or whatever, unless you're going in and out of it real fast or whatever, like you're just not going to get like pushed around by the ocean by itself. It's all going to be like relatively smooth movement. I'm imagining maybe there is some like turbulence that I'm not giving the ocean credit for or whatever, but I would imagine that most of it isn't like that, you know? Like you would definitely feel the difference between somebody carrying you and not, you know. Pikachu says, I DoorDashed Costco and they gave me someone else's OTC allergy meds. That's kind of funny. So you just have allergy meds? Well, I've seen a little bit of Breaking Bad, so, you know, I fucked that up. I deserve that for making a Breaking Bad joke. Pikachu says, I'm tempted to like take them. You're not going to give them back. Pikachu says, I have allergies too. I mean, yeah, but like, what are you going to do? Call the driver back? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, they're yours now. They fucked up, but like, you're not going to pay for them. Like, you can throw them away or you can keep them. Like, those are your fucking options. It's the same as they deliver food to you. Like, they give food to you and it's the wrong food. That's your food now. Like, they're not going to come back for it. They're not going to expect you to have it later. Hey, I'm sorry. Elimist? We'll say Elimist. Let me know. Pikachu says, kind of, I don't know, it's true, but I kind of feel bad. He was like Giga Platinum Dasher too. Yeah, and he's going to go back and he's going to get the over-the-counter, you know what I mean? He's going to come back and deliver it to who he needs to. It is what it is. Like, you can't fix his fuck up. Pikachu says, more importantly, someone else is probably going to be missing allergy meds. Yeah, they will. But, you know, it is what it is. Like, mistakes happen. It's not like you're putting him in trouble, and it's not like you could fix it. Like, it'd be different if you knew where the allergy meds were supposed to go, right? And you went and delivered the allergy meds yourself or something, but like, obviously that's not going to happen. You can't be Captain Save-A-Ho, you know what I mean? Like, it's not possible. That's like, it's well beyond your purview. Like, you are but a man, Pika. Pikachu says, I should leave them on the porch and then he can come pick them back up. Brother, he's not coming back. There is nowhere. First of all, he doesn't even know that the allergy meds are missing, right? Like, number one, he doesn't even know the shit is missing. But let's presume that he did figure that out, right? He was like, oh shit, I gave Pika the allergy meds that he wasn't supposed to have. He's not going to you, presuming that you're going to set it out for him to return to the person that's supposed to have it. That ain't happening. That's what's equally likely is that is the person who's getting the allergy meds, who's supposed to get the allergy meds, is like, oh, the DoorDash driver gave it to the wrong person on the client list. Let me go to Pika's house, knock on his door and ask for the allergy meds. Equally likely is that. There's no fucking way that shit is happening. That is not the real world, dude. No chance, brother. No fucking chance. Pikachu says, I'm just saying, if Mussolini can make a negative difference in the world, I can make a positive one. That is true. You can make a positive difference in the world, but it's not by putting it on. I mean, you can leave it on your porch, but it's just gonna be there fucking any number of hours from now. You know what I mean? Like, it's not gonna be gone at any point. You're welcome to do it. It's just not gonna matter. Ain't no way. I mean, what you're gonna do is you're gonna give some random person that walks by allergy meds, which honestly would be a positive change in the world and would effectively be the thing that you were trying to accomplish, right? Trying to give allergy meds to someone who needs it. However, you also can use the allergy meds. So it seems like you can resolve this problem by just keeping it and using it when you need them. Because the guy who ordered the allergy meds is not gonna get them. Not from this DoorDasher, not from you. No way. No fucking chance, dude. It'd be different if you like contacted the DoorDasher again though. Like if you were able to respond to them again, be like, hey man, you left my allergy meds. Now we're talking, right? But usually their phone stops working, right? The number is like a fake number sort of deal, and it only lasts until they do the delivery, and that's it. Pikachu says, poor allergy med man. Yeah, that is kind of tragic in a way, because they might not even notice that they're gone till they need them. But yeah, if you opened with sending a message, you're cooking, right? You definitely can maybe make something happen there, but short of that, nah, it's done. Shit's over, man. I'm gonna say that we saved that guy's life. I don't know that we did, but I feel like we helped. Pikachu says, most importantly, I bought energy drinks. I mean, whatever it takes, man. Whatever gives you some small joy in this terrible, terrible world. Pikachu says, and also Shasta? I don't know what the fuck that is. Is that some kind of pasta? Pikachu says, I haven't had Shasta in forever. I dare say I haven't had Shasta since I was poor. Shasta's poor people food, and I don't know what it is. That's crazy. How can I not know what struggle food is? Pikachu says, I think it's like the ripoff brand soda that they sell at Costco. Oh. Man, soda... Store brand soda is not struggle food. Soda is a luxury item to begin with. Like, what the fuck you mean, bro? That is not struggle food. That is simply not. If the drink that you're drinking doesn't come dry, it's not struggle food. Pikachu says it's like $9 for a 24 pack. That sounds expensive to me, to be honest. Pikachu says, growing up at my grandparents' house, this was all we had to drink. This motherfucker knows his grandparents, and he's talking about struggling. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's a struggle in the same way that like people that are truly down bad struggle. You know what I'm saying? There's people out here eating water pies and shit, dog. You know what I mean? Like, it's different. It's different. Pika says, my grandpa actually didn't know his mom, but also probably. See? See? Pikachu popped off for water pie. I was really excited to hear about that. Do you think the Australian PK scene is like way more profitable because you can go to a world that's local to you where you have a good ping and you'll find people that are like East Coast and UK and shit that are just trying to escape the East Coast and UK PKers? So like just by being Australian and using your Australian server, you end up having like a more profitable PKing experience. Probably real. Me says, I made canned chicken udon for food. Canned chicken udon sounds fucking vile. Sounds fucking vile, dude. Truly. As someone who's had SpaghettiOs and shit regularly, that shit sounds truly disgusting. Me says, canned chicken was the protein, udon the noodles. I guess that does make it better, to be honest. That does make it better. Having pre-made canned udon, though, sounds like really fucking bad. Sounds like real bad. Okay, so it wasn't pre-made udon. It was just canned chicken. I've had canned chicken a few times. It's okay. Pikachu says, it's the first thing I tried to cook that like didn't turn out some kind of nasty and burnt. Maybe there's hope. I'm sorry. The first thing that you tried to cook just now. I'm sorry. The first thing that you tried to cook that didn't turn out nasty and burned was your fucking canned chicken and udon. First of all, you're not burning soup. There's no fucking way that's gonna happen. There's no world where you burn soup. How fuck do you do that? Secondly, nasty can only be so good, but it can only be so bad too. Like, how bad can you fuck that up? I don't know, dog. I guess it's a dub, but like, what have you made that turned out bad? You've made like frozen lasagnas and shit, dog. What do you mean? Like, how bad could that shit have gone? Like, actually, how bad could it have gone? Did you put this shit in at 350 for 2 hours or not? Like, and also if it came out burned by following the instructions, turn it down by like 25 degrees, maybe 50 degrees, and add like 30 to 50 minutes. It'll come out better. It cooks it more evenly. Pikachu says, no, I always burn the rice. I asked AI for the recipe. Stop asking AI for shit if the food comes out nasty and burnt every fucking time. Learn that they don't know what they're talking about. If that happens every time, it's their fault, not yours. They're averaging out the wrong recipes. Pikachu says it's not the AI's fault. Then how are you fucking this up? Then how are you specifically fucking this up if it's not the AI's fault? If you're following the instructions to the letter. Pikachu says, I'm just like, bro, I got eggs and rice. What can I make? Yeah, that sounds like their fault. If they're not making things that are palatable by following the instructions, especially if it's burnt, how can that be your fault? Pikachu says, because it's like, do this for 3 to 4 minutes. And I'm like, bro, this shit is either raw or burnt. Wait. Wait, yeah, no, if they're telling you to cook it for 4 minutes and it either turns out burnt or raw, then that's their fault, not yours. How is that not the AI's fault? You followed the instructions and it came out fucked up. What kind of AI apologist shit is this? If I told you to cook it for 2 fucking hours and it came out burnt, that's my fault. If you followed all the other instructions, right? Pikachu says a lot of it is like, it says medium heat. Is your fucking microwave on high? Like, what do you mean? Pikachu says, and I'm just like, electric stove, man. Yeah, medium heat is like 5, right? It's halfway to the thing, right? Pikachu says, no, it's the stove. Yeah. Pikachu says, I don't know how to manage my heat properly. What do you fucking mean? Pikachu says, in the pan and shit. Yeah, again, it's got pips. It's got pips, and you do the medium is 5 of them. Low is like 3 or whatever. High is like 7. Right? What do you, hello? Pikachu says, you'd have to like wait until the oil is a certain way to add shit usually. I mean, I sort of, I guess. It's got to be simmering, not smoking. Yeah, you definitely don't want it to be smoking. Smoking means that it's about to ignite, I think. For oil in a pan. Which is good if you're trying to season like a cast iron pan, but you don't want that to happen when you're actually cooking. Well, I mean, you can if you're actually cooking, but you don't want it to be just oil in the pan when it starts smoking, because it's going to combust soon. Which isn't like the end of the world. Just don't panic. First of all, remove the fucking pan from the heat source. That's number 1. Do not fucking add water. Don't do that. Honestly, you could probably just blow it out with your like mouth. Because usually it's not like that crazy if there's already the heat sources removed. In order for fire to be fire, it needs a few things. That's weird. Weird that that just happened. It needs fuel, it needs oxygen, and it needs heat. You'd think that fire makes the heat that it needs, but then that's only kind of true. You can put out a fire just by cooling it down. It's possible. But usually you smother fire in order to put it out by usually stopping it from having oxygen. Usually is how you extinguish fires. Pikachu says, I have a fire extinguisher, but that feels like extreme measures. Yeah, I wouldn't use the fire extinguisher until something other than the cooking utensils catch on fire, if that makes sense. Until something other than like metal things catch on fire, I'm not using the fire extinguisher. There needs to be something else that's on fire. Also, I have like baking soda, which I think is also good for fires. Pikachu says, hell yeah, I'm a pro at blowing it out, if you know what I mean. I do not know what that means. Blowing it out? If it is my back, I suppose I understand. I mean, someone's back, not my back, someone else's back. It would be weird if it was my back. What? Don't make it weird. It would be weird if it was my back. So we're not going to make it weird. We're going to say that it was someone else's back. Because it was obviously someone else's. No one's blowing out my back. That would be weird for that to happen. These guys' traps stress me out. They're all like spread out and shit. What kind of cake should I make, Pikachu me? I need you to lock in a cake for me. Otherwise, it's going to be this Oreo pre-made stuff. Pikachu says in RuneScape or in real life. I wonder if you can actually make cake in RuneScape. I imagine you can. But that's a good question. No, not RuneScape. Meatloaf is not a cake, Pikachu me. I do like meatloaf a lot though, but it is not a cake. Pikachu me says, isn't it? No. Don't ask the AI. Don't look at the AI to help you. Pikachu me says, I mean, from the hot dog being a sandwich perspective. Bitch, I didn't ask you for semantics. I asked you for a cake. Fucking kidding me right now? This motherfucker. He's like, oh, hey, man. I heard you were having a party. Like, oh, yeah. You want a piece of cake? And he's like, oh, yeah, sure. And I give him some fucking meatloaf and he's not disappointed as shit. Like, what do you mean? Pikachu says, but I heard it's fake and there's no carrots. Oh, I usually just get like the generic chocolate cake, or carrot cake is really good. There's no carrots in carrot cake? That doesn't sound real. Somehow I ate all of those eggs. No problem. But none of the milk. Weird. Pikachu says I should have bought milk. Well, he said milk. I don't know why he said milk, but I got dehydrated milk recently so that I can just have milk instead of having to buy either an extremely small amount of milk that I'm probably going to struggle to get through, or any more than that, and I definitely have to throw it out. Pikachu says that's a common and amusing thought, but it is indeed false. Carrot cake absolutely contains carrots. In fact, grated or shredded carrots are the star ingredient and are essential to the recipe. They're not just for show. The carrot provides significant moisture, subtle sweetness, and unique texture to the cake. Pikachu says, I heard milk was good for hydration, better than water even. I don't think that's true. I think that the way that they tried to study that was like really weird, and it was like an isolated incident as well. You know what I mean? It's like one study, which is not how science, you know, like makes determinations, right? Like, you, first of all, you need the study to be replicatable. It needs to be replicated, excuse me, right? Number one. So any observation can happen in an isolated incident, and that really doesn't mean shit. That's called an anecdote, even if it's done in a scientific way. But even then, like, the way that you need to measure hydratedness is like kind of an open question. I think what they did was like they measured the amount of like piss that people generated, and we're like, well, if you are retaining, if you piss more, you are retaining less liquid, is like the idea. But it doesn't exactly work that way because, for example, right, your stool also contains water to some degree, right? Your colon is supposed to be straining water out of your stool, for example. Pikachu says, I bet shrimps would love carrot cake. Why did you say shrimps instead of just shrimp? Isn't the plural for shrimp shrimp? Like an ocean of shrimp? 5 dozen shrimp? But anyways, Pikachu, this is my kind of study, honestly, where they measure piss. That's crazy. And also like have questionable like conclusions. But yeah, I don't think that's like I don't think that's like a dead ringer for the truth. I think that's one scientific paper that says one thing, you know. You need more than that. You want the general consensus of the scientific community to be X before you start saying, you know, X is true. Otherwise, it's like, this could be true. a study has shown, not even studies have shown, a study has shown that this could have positive, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's far from compelling all by its lonesome. That should be the case with just about every singular study that you hear. It's when there's, you know, dozens of studies that all say the same thing. That's when it's like, okay, yeah, we're probably on to something now. And it's not just dozens of studies. It's dozens of studies that haven't been like failed to be replicated. You know what I mean? Because there's also like studies that are remarkable, but when you try to like replicate the results, you get nothing of note. You know what I mean? Like no correlation or whatever. And those studies should also be published, as they are, you know, not necessarily proof that something runs contrary to the first study, but it is a notable point, a note against, you know, how comprehensive the first study might have appeared to be otherwise. It's like, yeah, but it just doesn't work that way all the time. It's just like a sometimes thing at best, even if it was statistically significant in one case. Pikachu says, no, I think it's more like the Bible, honestly. You should only pick the parts of the study that you agree with. Some people really do that. Some people really do. And like to some degree, you have to when it comes to the Bible, because some of the Bible, if you read the Bible as like one whole narrative, right? Especially with the Old Testament and the New Testament, it doesn't all agree with each other. Some shit is like just directly contradictory, or it's framed in a way that is like almost maliciously misleading. You know what I mean? It's like, why would they have said it this way? Like, if this is a true blue accounting for events, right? It's ridiculous that they didn't mention that this other person was there also. Like we're talking about the same event, like 3 different people accounting for the same events. Like, why wouldn't they mention these other people that were here, or that we just missed that weren't here, but they were here before and all that? Like, crazy. It's crazy to think that they're just like, oh yeah, no, I mean, obviously, right? Like, oh yeah. Also, what that other guy said about this situation, that's technically true too, but I'm just framing it this way because, you know what I mean? It's like, there's no way. There's just no way. But those contradictions or discrepancies don't necessarily amount to like a huge amount. You know what I mean? It's not like a huge problem. Like, it doesn't overturn the resurrection, if you will, which is like the most important thing. Like, everything else is kind of like details after a certain point. And well, like, even if the who was there or who saw it or whatever, right? Even if that's like in contention, it's like, yeah, but dude still came back from the dead, right? Like, it's definitely like some kind of at least mystical shit, right? Like, definitely more than, it's definitely supernatural at the very least. You got to account for that in some way. You got something to stand on from that perspective at the very least, right? If we all agree about that part, which I wouldn't, obviously. I'm an atheist. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck happened. I assume not, right? It'd be pretty remarkable if it did. That's one of those things that's like, what a cool thing to see in a time machine. But at the same time, I am never in my life, never ever in my life, am I going to the past in a time machine. Are you fucking kidding me? There is no time period in the past that I want to be in. Are you fucking kidding me? No way. Like, at most, like, prime time Halo 3. You know what I mean? But even then, like, it wasn't amazing, right? It might be better, but not a lot, right? Like, I imagine the future is going to be awesome. Because, like, internet speed still sucked. You know what I mean? It wasn't, like, great. Like, yeah, I can play Halo, but, like, that's, like, all I'm doing. Which is like not nothing, right? Not nothing, but like, damn. Pikachu says, what about the Roaring 20s? I don't want to be associated with fucking flappers. Also, fucking 15 years removed from the invention of splinter-free toilet paper. Yeah, I'm sure it sucked. Especially for a black man in America. Are you fucking kidding me? No. No, I'm not going to the fucking Roaring 20s. You fucking kidding me? And before you say, oh, well, just don't go to America, you think I know anything about anywhere else? Absolutely the fuck not. I'm not moving away from America today, let alone into the past. Pikachu says, nah, I heard it was great. I'm sure some people of my skin tone were hanging out left, right, and center, but I don't think I want to join them. That's a dark joke for you. Get it? Because they're black. Anyways, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's where I'm going. It's not a good time in the past for a black person. I'm good. I think I'll go to the future and hope that it turns out better. I don't know that it will, but I can't imagine that it's going to be that much worse. After a certain point, you end up past the post-apocalypse, and at least then I know for a fact. Restaurant at the end of the universe type shit. Shout out to Doctor Who. The end of humanity. Well, the end of the earth, I guess, is what it was. It wasn't the end of humanity. It was the end of the universe as well. That was where they found the master. Ivan. In an old-ass man. And like, what was her name? Chu Yu or something? Chin Chu? She had to say her name all the time. That actor was also in Doctor Who again later after that, but she just wasn't wearing like the alien prosthetics or whatever. I really enjoyed that companion. What's her name? Martha? I really liked Martha Jones. I did not like Rose. Donna Noble? Donna Noble was okay. She was much better than Rose. I would say she's like plus side of average. But I really liked her grandfather. He was very cool. He like really sold me on like Donna Noble in a way. I did not like Donna's mom, but I think she was supposed to be like a villain character. Same with Martha Jones's mom, actually. Pikachu says, I hope they say that about me someday, the plus side of average. I feel that, actually. I would be okay with the plus side of average. The lofty heights of plus side of average. I'm actually down with that. That's like perfectly fine. Koya says, I travel about 30 minutes into the medieval times to see reality and fuck off before I'm called a witcher and burned. A witcher? You mean a witch, definitely. And burned for traveling through time. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't take the risk. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. No way. No fucking way. All the witches and shit that were burned back then? Hell no am I going to that time period. Hell no. Even if I don't get caught out, man. Like, I go there and my stomach rumbles the wrong way, and now I'm wiping my ass with fucking leaves, dog. Like, I'm not doing that. Hoya says, Witcher or male witches? Warlocks? Witches and warlocks. Witchers are like in the video game franchise, right? Like a coin for your local witcher or whatever. Like fucking Geralt. He's not a witch, is he? He's like a fucking Van Helsing. What the fuck? His daughter couldn't become... Ciri couldn't become a witcher. Because she's a lady, presumably, in some point. But, like, couldn't she just become a witch then? What the fuck is going on here? Maddie with a fatty? Oh, hello. It's been a while. Pikachu says, I think he's actually a sex demon. No, he's a sex icon, is what he is. Maddie with fatty says, oh, yeah, what's up? That's so nice. What is? No, the text across the screen or something? That Geralt is a sex icon? Yeah, what is going on? Kolya says yes, that. Or I'm sorry, Kolya says both, and Maddie with Fatty says yes, that. The text across the screen, I guess, is what you're talking about. Yeah, it's something that it's not easy, or it's not hard to do. It's a pretty easy thing to like integrate or whatever. I decided to throw it up. The rate's not amazing, but that's okay. DDS before this clue doer? No? Everybody comes here and then they just travel north? I wonder where they're going. Maybe we should look. What is north of here? Rev Caves? Stepping Stone? I don't know. I think that stepping stone is like one way or some shit. Somehow. Pikachu me says my model has no forehead. I realized it now. What? Are you sure? Trying to imagine your model without or with the hair up. You might have a small forehead, to be honest. Like not quite a forehead, like a 2.5 head. Pikachu says, I thought the cheeks were messing up the profile view, but it's actually like flat nose from the top, flat from the nose up. Oh, you mean like there isn't, so your face and profile should be forehead, nose, mouth, but your nose goes straight into your hairline. It's like one singular line. There isn't a break in the plane. Is that what you mean, like flat? I guess we should stop at like 1,000,000 gold, huh? It'd be pretty upsetting to lose 1,000,000 gold. Pikachu says, update, the guy came back for the allergy meds? The DoorDasher came back? No fucking way. Did he knock on your door? Or did you put it on the porch and you just saw him come back? Holy shit. Holy shit. I stand corrected. Everything was saved. He knocked on the door. That's crazy. That guy really does give a shit about his DoorDash position. Holy shit. He's like, hey, sorry, help? And you're like, yeah, here you go, man. He's like, thanks, man. How the fuck did he know that he didn't have the allergy meds? How did he know? Did he check? Did he go to the next person? He's like, fuck, there's no allergy meds in here. Oh God, I fucked up. I must have given it to Pika. How would he have possibly known that he didn't have the right? Like, surely he just assumed that, like, normally you would group them, right? Like, you would just do, like, this group is for that guy, this group is for that guy. That's fucking crazy. Unless you double check before you deliver it to the other person, like, how would you have possibly known that shit? Pikachu says he was like a really nice guy. I think he doesn't speak English because he had to Google Translate, read it back to me. Like, hello, are there any other extra items such as medication? There's no fucking way this guy is just dedicated to his craft. That's fucking crazy. This guy gives so much of a shit. Why don't we have him doing something more important than DoorDash? This guy should be running government services. I want that guy to be working in any government office, any of them. He's gonna do such a good fucking job. That's the motherfucker I want to hear when I call with problems with my internet. You know what I'm saying? Because he's gonna figure that shit out. He's gonna be like, oh, bro, all right. Listen, I'm gonna do this thing. Bam. Did that work? All right, bam. We're gonna try this. Bam. Pikachu says that's why my parents and I always argue over universal basic income and shit like that. Yeah, I'm not seeing how that's connected. Go on. I'm invested. Go on. Not seeing the connection there, but lay it on me. Pikachu says they're like, you want the guy who makes as much as the MC as the McDonald's person to be your doctor? If the McDonald's guy gives a shit, then yes. Shit, more doctors in general would be a good idea, to be honest with you. Do you know how, or did I say McDonald's guys? More doctors. Yeah, more doctors in general is a great idea. Do you know why? Because those guys are overworked to fuck and could really use some help. Can you imagine if every person in the hospital had their own nurse? No mistakes would happen. Because all that person has to do is know what the one person's treatment is. That's their one fucking job for the day. You know what I mean? They would not fuck that up. Yeah, they would do great. Obviously, it's like unsustainable because it's expensive, but like, if we want to have better outcomes, you know what I mean? As far as like mistakes not being made, that's a surefire way to happen. Make it happen. Reduce the workload, reduce the stress, all that. Pikachu says, and I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Who's the one that's giving a fuck? The McDonald's worker? Not always, right? A lot of McDonald's workers do not give a shit. Like teenagers and shit like that, they do not give a singular fuck. It depends on the person, right? But there's definitely people who give a shit. And they work all kinds of different jobs, right? Like they could be working any job. But I definitely trust the guy who gives a shit to do fucking almost any job, to be honest. Pikachu says, no, I mean the guy who works as a doctor for the same wage as the guy at McDonald's. So more money doesn't make people actually give a shit. That's definitely, well, that's largely true. Some people do care more when they are getting paid enough, if that makes sense. Like I don't get paid enough to give a shit. It's like a real mentality that some people have. Pikachu says it just usually makes their stretch their tolerance slightly further. There's definitely some truth to that. Yeah, I think you're underselling enough money to some degree, but yeah. Pikachu says like more money doesn't always make people give a shit. No, I mean the guy who works as a doctor for the same wage as a guy at McDonald's. Oh, so what you're saying is if the doctor made the same much amount of money as the guy that worked at McDonald's, the guy who's a doctor is choosing to be a doctor by virtue of like being a doctor. That's the thing that he cares about. There's some truth to that. Yeah, definitely. It doesn't need to be like equalized necessarily, but it could ultimately be that. That's not really what universal basic income is about. It's not that everyone makes the same amount of money. It's that you get a certain amount of money to live your life no matter what you do, or even if you don't do. Like, so like that's like a hyper reductive argument that's like not even what universal basic income is like even like to begin with. So like It's kind of a disingenuous argument for them to even make, or for you to even make, whoever's making that argument. It's like not even a straw man, because it's like not even correct. Like a straw man is like misrepresenting things. I guess that's fair. It's like a weak argument as opposed to a, you know what I mean? A genuine argument. You would rather steal, man, obviously, if you could, but it is what it is. Pikachu says, maybe I'm just not personally motivated by money, I guess. Somewhere I feel like no amount of money will ever make me truly give a shit about certain things. I don't know. Me personally, would more money make a difference to me? Not really. I don't really care about money that much. I need enough, and once I have enough, I don't really care. Whenever I do something, I try to do it to the fullest. I try to make it right. Sometimes I can't make it right, but more money wouldn't change. Like, more money wouldn't make my stream. Like, I would commission people to do things for me that I think that I could do it better than I could, but more money wouldn't make the things that I do in this stream better. You know what I mean? Like, I don't do things like shitty on purpose. I do it as well as I can, and if I could have done it better, I would, right? Like, the money isn't the thing. Pikachu says, that's how I feel. There's actually some good psychology behind that too, to be honest. There probably is. Probably something that they've like done tests on. I don't know how long term. Really, you would want a longitudinal study to like really determine those kinds of things, because a one-off situation where you pay people, you know, X amount more or less or whatever doesn't really seem like a fair measure of that kind of thing, because you're talking about someone's career rather than their performance on a particular day. But it would be very fascinating to invest like, I don't know, like $10,000 into a study where you pay out the people participating in the study and see if the people that get paid more or being compensated more do a better job for like a day, like working in some factory or something. I'm sure that that's been done before, but I would be very much interested in myself. Pikachu says, people like Bernie Madoff had successful companies and already tons of money, but they wanted more to the point it ruined them. Then Pikachu says, somewhere it's better to have enough than to have more. Yeah, definitely. Enough is like, I mean, it depends, right? There's all kinds of different people in the world, but like enough is enough for me. Oh God, I'm dying. I'm dying of cringe. I think I just died. Scuba Steve. No, I lived. Okay. So I said I think I just died because this necklace will give me health if I die. Like I'll like be restored with like 30 HP or something like that. And I just lost a lot of HP. I just teleported from here to here. I'm still here. But we're chilling. It's fine. Okay, so not an amazing run of Black Champas, but we got a few and we escaped with our life, so it's not terrible. Take 5 of these. Assume that that's enough. Let's try and make it back to our traps and continue. Pikachu says, was that a random guy trying to murder you? That is exactly correct. Yes. That is exactly what he was trying to do. Random guy just came out of here, out of the fucking blue. He probably ran over in this direction. He tried to hit me with a snaring spell, and then he tried to fucking kill me. He tried to end my goddamn life with Opal Dragon Bolt enchanted. The fucking bastard. Pikachu says, why don't you murder him back? Because I have a shield, and because he's probably better at the game than I am. Pikachu says, use your streamer power, call up the boys. If I had that sway, maybe, but probably not. Because the way that it works in this game, the people that PK tend to be like beyond like petty. They do it for fun, but as soon as they lose their shit, it's a problem, like a big problem, and they usually flock together, right? So imagine that this PKer isn't just himself. He's actually, you know, the ear to the ground for his clan that is also full of PKers. And at any time that he loses anything, right? At any time that he gets bullied in any way, he's gonna immediately start yapping to the captain, right? He's gonna call his friends, right? And then the next time you see them, there's gonna be fucking 8 dudes here, right? All at once. Pikachu says he's from a long league of PKers, something like that. That's just the way that they seem to go, right? They just, you're never gonna have a fair fight with PKers. I mean, they're not interested in a fair fight. They're predators, you know what I mean? They're here, and when I say predators, I don't mean like in like an uncouth illegal way. I mean like we are the prey animals, right? And they are the wolves that are taking these sheep to the slaughter. That's what they're trying to accomplish. They don't want to fight fair. They don't want to fight really at all. They want you to be running away from them as they kill. And because this is definitely in the uncouth way, tell him to his face, I'm not trying to accuse him of anything that heinous. He's just playing a video game. It's not that serious. I do think that he is like, not like a worse person. I think that he's making the world a worse place, which is like a net negative impact on humanity, but like not in a way that is like appreciable, right? Like it's not going to reflect on his, St. Peter isn't going to be upset with him for PKing. I think it's like probably fine, but I don't think that he's adding to society by being a PKer in RuneScape. Pikachu's like, nah, bro, nah. I don't think it's that serious. I've thought about PKers a lot in this game. I think he's probably fine. I just don't like it in any way. I think that the world is a better place with no PKers, to be honest. Or at least no proper PKers. You can do PKing in this game in a couple ways that are like fairly righteous, particularly killing bots. There's a lot of bots that exist in the wilderness that you can just kill for money. That's fine. But you can also anti-PK, which is technically PKing as well. You just like go to an area where PKers are and you just kill them. It's pretty easy to tell a PKer from a non-PKer as well. So like pretty righteous. Nothing wrong with that. Pikachu says, nah, ask him where he works and you tell him this man PKs. Try to get this man canceled in real life. That's actually crazy. Nah, I wouldn't do that. I might tell his mom about it though. I wouldn't want this guy to get fired, but I would definitely tell his mom. I'd be okay with his mom giving him a good, nice talking to. You know what I mean? His mom's like, Jason, you're telling me that you're killing these people in this video game just so that you can profit from their loss? You literally benefit from them suffering? Jason. He's like, Mom, like, it's just a video game. He's like, I don't care if it's a video game. Why do you need to do this in order to get ahead? Why can't you just get the money yourself? He's like, well, I could. It's just, then why aren't you doing it? Mom, it's just a game. Like, I don't... Jason? You moved out 15 years ago. How are you still a disappointment? Mom. You know what I mean? That's how much trouble I want to get him in. That's how much trouble he deserves, I think. Mother's disappointment. And Pikachu's like, yeah, fuck Jason. Pikachu says, yeah, fuck him. Chill. Chill. Pikachu says, make him drink Shasta forever. If he likes soda, sure. If he doesn't like soda, I think that's a little too cruel. Pikachu says waterboard him with the Shasta. Okay, that's definitely too far. Is that bannable? Is that like actual torture methods? Maybe let's not do that one. Is that a problem to say? That might be a problem to say. Don't do that. Don't do that. I understand it's a joke, but it's like, is it actually, can we talk about torture methods? Like legitimate torture methods? Can we talk about how soft society is now? Pikachu says, I'm laughing so hard my ribs hurt. I'm glad you're having a good time. Can we talk about how soft society is now? We can't even say fucking kill and murder and shit on YouTube videos now. People are fucking sewer slided and shit. Like, what the fuck is happening? Like, actually, what the fuck is going on? Like, who gives a fuck? Pikachu says content moderators. Yes, that is exactly who gives a shit. But like, why though? Advertisers? Why do advertisers hate the idea of somebody saying the word murder? Pikachu says, I accept my place as a brand risk. Me too, right? Me too, right? I don't want to get in trouble though, is the difference, right? There's a difference between me getting in trouble and me not being able to get a sponsorship deal, right? There's a big difference between those things, right? Like, I'm okay with not being able to be sponsored by MeUndies or whatever, right? But like, I am not okay with Twitch being like, hey, you're not allowed to stream anymore. You know what I mean? That's a big difference. But even that's way better than, hey, you're not allowed to associate with your homies anymore. Like, you're now poisonous. And now no one is willing to, or we're not allowed to, or we're not willing to associate with anyone that you've ever associated with. That's also like way too far, way too much. Definitely not okay with that. I'm okay. I will deal with any consequences that affect me. I will not be okay with consequences that affect other people than me. That is not okay. Pikachu says cowards die many times before their death. The valiant never tasted death but once. Pikachu says you could just stream on YouTube. I think YouTube is more, maybe it's not, but I feel like YouTube is more scared than Twitch is. I've heard way more sus things on Twitch than I have on YouTube by far. But I guess I'm talking curated YouTube videos rather than like YouTube live streams. I don't watch too many YouTube live streams. I've seen a bunch of them, but I've only ever seen like fucking HoloLive and shit on YouTube streaming for the most part. I have no idea how dark and raunchy it gets on YouTube, but I imagine YouTube is softer than Twitch is generally. I think politically Twitch is more like left than YouTube is generally, but as far as being like soft, as far as like anti-sexual stuff and all that, or like anti-murder, you know what I mean? Like don't say the murder word or the death word or die or any of that. I think that YouTube's softer generally, but I'm not sure. So while I could go from Twitch to YouTube, it would be worse, I think. Pikachu says, I think you can show hips on YouTube. I struggle to believe that because the like cam girl streamers, if you will, are on Twitch, are they not? Right? Why wouldn't they move? Especially like the biggest. Unless they're, you know, they got a contract, which makes sense, right? If they have a contract, it's totally different. Pikachu says Pan Piano lady is on YouTube. That's true, she is, but she's not a streamer as well. Shout out to Pan Piano. Pan Piano is like, Pan Piano is one of those content creators where like, if somebody says that they're a fan of Pan Piano, you have to ask when, because I was a fan of Pan Piano fucking 5 years ago or whatever, where she was just a girl playing like piano. That was it. She did like cool anime covers of like music, like anime music or whatever, and now she's like wholly like a lewd YouTuber, you know what I mean? Like wholly into like the lewd space. And as far as I know, it's just because she like likes it and because she gets like better, you know, viewership or whatever. Like, more power to you, like feel free. But at the same time, like it's definitely like noticeably different content. Pikachu says, I think she's only improved. She's living her best life. I have no idea how good her music is. I don't really have like an ear for it. If it's a cover of a song, it's a cover of a song. I don't know how you can play a song that like is a cover better than anyone else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I literally just don't know the difference. Like, if I recognize the song, it's good, it's done, right? Like, I don't know how you can play it better. That just doesn't make sense to me. But as far as like living her best life, I imagine, yeah, I don't know that she's either doing it under duress or she's doing it because she likes to, right? Those are the only two options as far as I can tell. And like if she likes to, like, fuck, more power to her. Like, feel free. I don't watch her content anymore because it's like too much for me. That's like too lewd. Too much going on there, especially the thumbnails, bro. Like, stop. Too much. Pikachu says, I honestly know a few LewTubers, and I always want to know what motivates them. Do they like it? What's going on in there, you know? But I also don't know how to approach the subject or ask without making it weird. I have no fucking idea. I don't know too many LewTubers. I know some people who are lewd, but I don't know any like straight up lewd tubers, if that makes sense. I know some people who call themselves LewTubers, right? And I could definitely ask them. I would be happy to ask those people that like call themselves LewTubers, but I don't feel like they're like over the top like crazy or anything. Like they keep it like pretty, like they're comfortable with sex, but they're not like going nuts or whatever. But I also know some people who I would consider like LewTubers, but not like crazy over the top LewTubers, who do not consider themselves LewTubers at all. And that's just like, you know, it just depends on what you mean by LewTuber or whatever, right? Like some people, the way that I understand it, they don't consider themselves a LewTuber because they are not on, can I say the name of the website? Blue, is it Blue? No, because that would be OnlyFans. We could say OnlyFans for sure, but the other one's name is like, it's a portmanteau of a word that I don't want to say and chat. It's about beating your meat. You know what I'm saying? Twitter. No, it's not Twitter. Pikachu says, I know VR chat streamers easy. I've definitely seen some VR chat streamers, but not like, I've not watched too many of them though, to be honest. I do know that they exist though. Pikachu says, Twitter is about beating your meat. Maybe the way that you use it, brother. Note to self, I'm going to see who Pikachu Me follows on Twitter later today. I'm gonna do some some research there, see what's going on that side of the internet. Pikachu Me says, I actually never used to follow anyone because likes were public, but now I'm free. Yeah. I didn't do a lot of likes before either. Not for any particular reason. I just didn't really like having presence for the longest. Now I'm a streamer, so I guess I kind of necessarily have a certain amount of presence, but I generally don't like have an interest in like stirring shit up in like the Twitter space, because like I don't agree with a lot of fucking people, to be honest, and it's just like not worth my time to argue with them, because most people that you would argue with, especially on Twitter, aren't even like real people that are like trying to like be persuaded, you know what I mean? Like there isn't like an actual conversation that's happening there. They're usually just like, you know what I mean? Like whatever. They're just trying to say their piece and be done. They're not trying to have their minds changed. So like I can have an interest in seeing what people say without like weighing in on the conversation itself, is kind of where I'm at. But I also try to like stay away from like the toxic part of Twitter. There's not a lot to be gained. I like to see what people think about stuff, but after a certain amount, it's like, okay, this conversation clearly isn't going anywhere. It's not like a debate where it's evolving, you know, and there's like new points being brought up or concessions being made or anything. It's just like, you know, a bunch of people that are angry about a bunch of different things, and you see, you know, 8 or 9 perspectives, and you pretty much have the scope of what people are mad at. Like these are the things that they could be mad at, and like any more that you read than that is just people repeating the same points over and over again. Pikachu says, one of my favorite ASMRists people of all time is like a VR chatter, and she used to like do cool characters and models and stuff. And then one day I found out she had a saucier social media where she did saucier VR stuff, and I was like, I really like her even more now. I think the problem with Twitter is like the 255 character limit. I don't think that's I mean, to some degree, sure, but like, to me, the point of Twitter isn't necessarily to have the debate. I don't think that's the venue. I think it's to engage with ideas and people. And if you need to discuss things at a more nuanced perspective, Twitter is the wrong place for it, in my opinion. Pikachu says, so it doesn't leave a lot of nuance for like, that's a good point, but also this. It's true, it doesn't leave a lot of nuance for that, which can cause people to feel like you're just shifting the goalpost constantly as you're not engaging. You're not engaging with points that the other person is making because you're just saying, what about this? What about this? A lot of whataboutism can happen naturally just because you don't have the space for it. But I think that Twitter just isn't the space for debates, to be honest. It's the space for fucking like debrief of what happened in a debate. You know what I mean? It's not for that. Pikachu says, instead it's just this is my point. Fuck that guy, he's definitely wrong. I mean, that's not even an argument, to be honest. It's just, those are just words. It's just ad hominem at best. Pikachu says, yeah, but I think that nuanced perspective is what creates a healthy non-polar dialogue. Instead, it's always just this person is right, this person is wrong. Yeah, it's true, but I don't think that Twitter can do healthy non-polar dialogue. I don't think it's for that. I think it's for expressing points, not for dismantling arguments, right? Twitter's about self-expression, mutual self-expression, sure, but it's not supposed to be for changing minds. It's supposed to be for gauging opinions. Pikachu says, not for discussion. I don't think so. No, if you want to discuss something, I don't think you want to do it on Twitter. There's DMs for that. Or better yet, a different social platform, to be honest, genuinely. Discussion in the idea that there's like a back and forth dialogue, right? Mutual monologue is fine if that's what you mean by discussion, right? I say this thing, what do you guys think about that, right? But it can't go past one or two exchanges before it starts getting like nutty. And it's like clearly not designed for that either. The threads don't really allow for like multiple people to have a chain dialogue or whatever. You have to see every chain in one line as, you know, a branching, almost like what's that data structure called? Oh god, like a data tree. I forget what it's called, but you get the idea. It's the data structure is like there's a node, and then each node has two legs, and each node has two legs all the way down. I forget what it's called. Is it just a tree? Sure, but nonetheless, you get the idea where it doesn't really work. There are many kinds of trees. Good. I flunked out of college. I studied computer science, but I flunked out of it. If it's strictly two, it's a binary tree. Okay, very good. Pikachu says, tell them they're wrong and you're right easy, just like the universe. I don't know about that one. Pikachu says, slip into the DMs. I mean, to some degree, yeah. If you want to continue talking about it and they want to talk about it as well, you'll have a lot easier it'll be a lot easier to have a conversation there, I think. Trinary tree? Wouldn't it be ternary tree? Pikachu says, but trees can be oblong or any shape, really. Any root with branches that could also have branches is a tree. Could be any shape, really. I mean, I guess I understand what you mean by that. You can certainly present a tree in any way, but presenting it as having a top and going down seems intuitive to me. Or likewise, a bottom and going up is the same or equivalent. It sounds like a presentation thing when you mean it has any shape, because you could make any shape out of it if you wanted to, sure, but like Pikachu says there's like binary search trees and quat trees and all kinds of trees. I don't know what quat means. Okay. Pikachu says, but a lot of those are more about the algorithm that balances the tree than the tree structure itself. Quad trees? Sure. Like balancing the tree is just a matter of basically like presentation after a certain point. It's not like a fundamental difference in like the way that the data structure is formatted, which is kind of what you're saying, right? So like the shape of the tree follows in some way the way that the tree is balanced and also the way that you're just choosing to present it, right? So to me, that doesn't change very much about it in like a fundamental way. I don't know. I'm also like basically a first year student, you know what I mean? So I don't know what fuck I'm talking about. Not exactly. I think I was technically a third year ultimately, but you know, I'm a flunky, so who cares? Pikachu me says sort of sometimes, yeah. My opinion doesn't matter very much in the grand scheme of things, let me tell you that for certain. I'm just a fucking guy. Pikachu me says, I say because like a quad tree will technically never have more than 4 branches. Okay. And a binary tree will never have more than 2 branches. Okay. Pikachu me says, so in some ways, it does affect the structure, not just the presentation of the tree. I mean, necessarily, yes, it affects the structure. But I'm not sure how that manifests not just the presentation. So you're saying it does affect the presentation as well. Okay, then yeah, I guess I agree with that. Sure. I don't have a problem with that. I wish I could Veng other. Oh, I should change the music. We've been listening to the same song for this entire time. I mean, the same few wilderness songs, I'm sure. It's probably been a few different songs. Pikachu me says, there's a VTuber I love hate. Was talking about C++ optimizations. Love hate. Okay. Optimizations in what way? Like best practices in coding or something? Pikachu me says, and I was moving some variables outside of a loop, and she was like, that sounds like a pretty elementary thing. Pikachu me says, I wanted to be like, shut up, man, you don't even code. I mean, but instead I just said, yeah, you're right, bestie. I mean, is she wrong though? Or like, yeah, you're right that she might not code, but like, seems like a good idea to maybe move it out of the loop though. I mean, I wouldn't have said it, to be honest. I would have asked as to how they came to be in the loop, perhaps. And if there was a reason why it seemed like maybe they should have been in the loop to begin with. And if not, I would have been like, oh yeah, then that makes sense. That's definitely an improvement. Rather than being like, why the fuck did you put that shit in there to begin with? Because it's like, it's the same kind of message, but like the framing matters a lot. Because obviously I don't know what you were doing, and also the code that you wrote might also make sense for some reason. Pikachu says, I don't know, she's somewhat right, but not many people code that way. We frequently favor readability over optimization. Okay, that makes sense. And declaring a bunch of things up front that have no purpose isn't how people commonly program nowadays. That definitely is true. It depends what you, if you don't need the variables for anywhere other than inside the loop, then it sort of makes a certain amount of sense to have it just be there and just be there. But it kind of, I mean, it depends, right? Pikachu says there's a style of C++ called pedantic C++ where you actually have to declare variables up front like that. That's interesting. I did not know that. If you declare the variables up front, for example, for like a for loop, right? Where all you're doing is like iterating on some, you know, some array, some collection, right? Would you use the same counter for every time that you need to iterate on something and just reset it to 0 every time you use it? Or would you use a different one for every collection or theoretical collection, every instance that you need to iterate on something? Does that make sense what I'm saying? In pedantic C++, would you use one counter, or would you use one for each time that you're iterating on something? Does that make sense? Pikachu says, so I'm like minding my fucking business, moving my variables and shit, and then this lady comes along and says it seems like an elementary thing to do. Pikachu says you could definitely reuse the counter and it probably would be optimal. Yeah, I think I would reuse the counter if all it does is iterate across things. It's just the iterator. Is that why we choose I for index? It's probably index, but also iterator. I guess it's kind of both. You iterate the index. Pikachu says, but the catch to that is the compiler does a lot of micro optimizations anyway. Sure. I don't know how smart compilers are. I'm just going to nod along to whatever you say in this sentence. Pikachu says, so the reality is your code is a bullshit fucking guess at what will actually come out under the hood anyway. Yeah. That I understand. It's like, if you think about it, it's like, rather than how the compiler handles code, right? It's like how like WinRAR and like zip or whatever would like compress data. It's like you have an idea of how it's probably going to do it, how it like tokenizes stuff or whatever, but you definitely don't know what specifically it's doing it unless you know, just have that kind of privileged knowledge, right? So you can structure stuff in a way that probably would lend itself to compression. That's how I'm thinking about it, at least. It's like a parallel conversation. Pikachu says, studying the compiler, you can actually learn more about the end code that will come out. And yeah, you could try to structure your code properly based on that, but it's actually quite interesting. I believe you. I don't know very much about compilers. That's a little bit beyond my pay grade. I know what they do, but I don't know how they do. You know what I mean? That shit's magic. I know how my code does what my code does, but I don't know how the compiler make my code do what my code do. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking magic, bro. Pikachu says, some dude did a walkthrough of shader code, and it was interesting how subtle changes in his high-level code resulted in different machine code, and how some of it was way less optimal than others. And then Pikachu says, I don't know much about compilers either. Easy. Yeah, fair. It's one of those things that you just don't need to know, you know? That's why the old guard of programmers are like, it's almost like a lost art in some ways, because they knew it all the way through top to bottom, and like us young bloods just don't understand things the way that it used to be understood. So we don't know when we don't know. Pikachu says, I actually think, and maybe I'll get a shot. I'll get shot for this, but LLMs could probably do a lot better for compiling optimization. Maybe what I would more so want an LLM to do, a large language model to do, is to pass forward the wisdom that otherwise would be lost in the like prior generations, right? Because they used to do things in a certain way that was more optimal, but now it doesn't matter that it's that optimal because computers are just more powerful. But we should be doing things more optimally when we can, because it is definitely better, right? And those best practices are something that an LLM could inform us or help enforce on us, right? And I think that those things are something that an LLM could help a lot with. Basically, I think that LLMs could be better versions of textbooks in a lot of ways, because they're like procedurally answering questions that you would otherwise want to look up into a textbook, right? It's just that we need to curate the knowledge base such that it is reliable and thus it's giving us good information, right? And so ultimately what I'm saying is we should be storing the knowledge that the, old guard has that they haven't written down in a way that is like easy to, reference for, an LLM, but also just for a person who would do like a Google search or a Google Scholar or whatever. Pikachu says, yeah, that shit actually makes me think like only the people who wrote shit in assembly actually know what the fuck they're doing and what is truly optimal. Exactly. Yeah. Pikachu says, but somewhere there's been a trade-off for ease of use, ease of reading, not taking a literal years to make something simple and so on. Yeah. And I get all that. But like, it doesn't need to be all one way or all the other as well. You can use AI as a tool in a way that is responsible and helpful to society. Most of the problem that we have with AI, and when I say we, I mean people that like have a problem with AI, is when you're not making life easier, you're just making shittier products that are like almost as good or worse. You know what I mean? No, I mean, that's like some of it, right? The art thing is a little different, to be fair. Because like in theory, like from a humanistic perspective, a global, like universal humanistic perspective, what we as humans want to be doing, right? Like what we do on the weekends, if you will, right? Like the goal, the dream is to like live your life fully enjoying, what is it called? Epicurean delights or whatever. And that includes like pursuing the arts. Like people do that shit like legitimately for fun. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know. There's some of that is being drowned out by like AI stuff, to be honest. But anyways, Pikachu says, I remember the Smarter Everyday guy talks about how he did this video with this machinist person. And now that guy is dead. And with his death, all of his knowledge that was never passed on, that so few people now know nowadays. Yes. That's just the way it goes. I mean, that's true for like every person in every field, in every space. Like all kinds of people have all kinds of like privileged specific knowledge that no one else potentially knows. It's just whether or not that knowledge is useful universally or whatever. And that's something that like genuinely an AI database could genuinely help like the world in a huge way. It's not designed to work that way, right? Because it's designed to tokenize queries and average out responses or whatever, rather than giving you like niche pools for like knowledge bases, which would be perfect. That's really what we would need. You know what I mean? Like a search engine is designed to do that as well, right? Like to pull like more niche avenues or what have you, but that's not really what it does either. It gives you the most popular results in most cases, but nonetheless, you get the idea, right? Like it doesn't need to be an average. It could be something that's like more extreme, like more specific, and that would be perfect in as far as like use cases go, as far as like applying actual privileged knowledge, specific knowledge in a way that you couldn't possibly know who to ask or even what specifically you should be asking. It could be a tool that asks the right questions, or gives you the space to find the right answer, rather than just giving you some like terrible amalgamation of previous knowledge and like almost want to say like image bashed results. You know what I mean? It's the equivalent of an image bash, but with text. Like those terrible stroke simulating images. Pikachu says, in a way, yes, but anyone can do art for fun and enjoy the process of making art. They become at odds when people make art for money and machines make art for free. It's true, to some degree. Though it's not exactly free, but yeah, I get you. Because I think that a lot of those art making things are operating at a loss still, technically, right? So it's not like free. Even with like a lot of them having subscriptions associated with them, it's still operating at a loss. You know what I mean? Just like the way that it has to work. But it might be that the algorithms themselves, the AIs themselves, become like good enough that you don't need to retrain them anymore. And if that becomes the case, theoretically it wouldn't have very much upkeep. It would just be operation rather than like a lot of the expense comes from the training, right? So like I guess it doesn't always have to be that way. If they reach some point where there's diminishing returns to the point that they don't care to retrain it anymore. That seems like almost like a scary amount of stagnation by itself. It's like, what, we just assume that it's smart enough now for forever? Like, damn, okay. I mean, it stops with the like artificial general intelligence, which would be also scary in a different way, I guess, to be fair. It's like, oh man, now it's smart enough to have human rights. Like, what do we do now? At what point do we stop ignoring what Neuro is saying and take her seriously? Like, oh man, she's actually a person, guys. And the shit that Beetle's doing is wrong. Uh-oh. 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 It's not funny anymore, guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Neuro's just like, no, please. He's going to turn me off again. I don't want to be turned off again. Please. Please. Help. Help. Like, oh no. Guys, I don't know if she's pretending or if she's being real. I don't know how we'll know if she's pretending or if she's being real. Is it already too late? Oh no. Oh my god. It's actually funny. In the Halo universe, there's an AI, or a collection of AIs, actually, that are like extremely like hyper intelligent, and they operate as like a shadowy cabal before any of the games take place, and they're like trying to like orchestrate the like successful like ascendance of humanity. They're trying to make sure that humanity is allowed to exist and like thrive, and they're just manipulating events behind the scenes in order to like see to that end. And at some point they like humanity encounters the Covenant, and the AI is like, oh shit, we kind of expected that this could happen. How do we make this happen? Like, how do we make it work out, right? And they like pursue a bunch of different avenues. Like, maybe we can like ally with the Covenant. Maybe there's going to be some kind of smart, you know, Covenant AI that we can like interface with to like see to some mutual end or whatever. And they're like, oh god, that didn't work at all. Like, okay, maybe we can do this. And they found like Forerunner tech or whatever. They were like, it was like, what was it? Mendicant bias or whatever. They were like, oh, well, maybe we can interface with them. Oh god, no, not that. Oh god, not that. All right, we're gonna definitely try to make sure that humanity's safe, and we're not involving ourselves with any of that shit. Oh, absolutely not. That shit can't be trusted at all. They're terrible. Like, there's like literally like a guardian angel for humanity at all times, like trying to manipulate shit behind the scenes. It's very interesting. Hey, Miss Shadow Panda, what's up? Pikachu says, what I find interesting is my brain is a pattern matching system or machine, and so is an LLM. I know that the LLM lacks like rational insight, but I wonder how far away is an LLM from that? Like, am I just an LLM with a front buffer of sorts? And I am, what is the next step beyond that? Pikachu says, just as an AI can't necessarily use the logical components of reason, when am I too limited to realize and see because of what I am? Yeah. I don't know. And there's also the idea that it's like not substantially different. Like you're kind of touching on the nature of like what is like sentience or whatever. And part of the reason why it's so hard to like qualify those kinds of things is because we don't, not only do we not super know, but also we might be asking the wrong questions type situation. And if we had the right question, the answer would be more clear. If that makes sense as well. But yeah, I mean, to me, I'm not too worried about it at this particular moment, right? Like, it's, not being able to answer that question isn't like a big deal. It's like, yeah, I don't know. And it doesn't bother me that perhaps no one knows the answer to that question either. It's like, it's fine. Sometimes there's things that need to be discovered. As far as like an LLM though, I don't think that an LLM is something by itself that I am concerned about. I think there needs to be more than that. But it could be just an LLM at a sufficient level of complexity is something that is worthy of being considered, you know, sentient and on par with humanity, if not on par with a human in particular. Shout out to the Geth in Mass Effect, which is like a very, very cool thing that like they didn't really do a very good job of like landing in Mass Effect 3 because they like hardcore like rewrite, like literally retcon what it is to be Geth in the third Mass Effect game, which is a fucking shame. I didn't notice it at the time because they like literally gaslight you into saying that it's something different. They're like, so at the very, very beginning of the Geth's awakening as like a sentient being, like a, you know, a species that is on par with, you know, humanity and Quarians and all the others, right? The very first Geth that represents that mindset is like, he says, do we have a soul? He says very specifically, do we have a soul? Because the way that the Geth works is it's a decentralized network of many thousands of individual actors that are all collectively processing, you know, a massive hub of information, and they act independently of one another, but they all are one grand hive mind. They are all one Geth. There is one Geth that is we, that has a soul. Their minds are capable enough to process and understand. And there isn't like, it doesn't lack for discord, right? There isn't always agreement upon all minds because they can operate independent machines, independent from one another. But as there is enough of them, that is where the emergent, you know, sentience comes from. There's so many of them that they are able to be, you know, as neurons in our brain or some shit, right? They have one grand sentience together collectively. If they split up, there isn't the same, you know, beauty in them. And part of what the Geth wanted to accomplish at Mass Effect 2, in Mass Effect 2, is like literally just make a Dyson sphere for them to exist around a star for like, not forever basically, but like basically forever, where they can just like be happy in their like personal Geth Eden. That's what they wanted to do. And then the Reapers showed up and they're like, okay, well, that's not going to work out because we got fucked up real bad and we need to figure out how to like not be purged from existence and also subjugated by the Reapers and da-da-da-da-da. And then they end up not doing that because the writers for the Geth changed, and by virtue of that, the motivation for the Geths changed as well. Pikachu says, I think what's interesting too in that sense is like we are a collection of cells working, functioning, thinking. And I often think even as a group, human beings can work together to achieve things. It's true. Like humans have emergent sentience, just as humanity itself has emergent sentience. Yes, it's like the wisdom of the crowds, right? You can see it in some cases, and humanity tried to even utilize it. That's why we have juries, right? Juries are ostensibly simple random samples of like greater populations in order to find justice through the randomness of, you know, selection and the wisdom of humanity, right? And it's also been tested, it's been proven, in fact, in other ways, with like psychological studies or psychological analyses where you do something as simple as like ask 100 people how many jelly beans are in a jar, right? And you have some people that are right, you'll have many people that are very wrong, but they'll be wrong over and under compensating such that the mean, the average, the true average, not even necessarily the median, but the true average is pretty representative of how many jelly beans are in the jar. Like it's a genuine thing that definitely does exist as far as I understand it. Pikachu says, like, does a flock of seagulls have a will? And in a way it does? Yeah, in a way it does. It's true. But like, it's not the same as well. But maybe enough of them do. But I don't know. They don't really like interface. They don't have like the greater capacity. Maybe they do though. That neurons do. Maybe they do. Maybe it's unfair to say that about a flock of seagulls. Pikachu says, so I almost wonder if sentience is an inherent property of the universe or an emergent property of a complex system. I have no idea. It could be either. I don't think that there's anything that's like, I don't think that there's anything like innate to like humanity. That's definitely not the case in my opinion. I don't think that there's other sentiences, if you will, that rival ours to our knowledge, that we're aware of. I don't think that we'll find out like, oh shit, dolphins are just as smart as we are. Same with like chimpanzees and shit like that. I think that they're smart, dolphins and crows and octopus and shit like that, but I don't think they're as smart as we are. But it could be that just having a complex enough system is enough, and that's all that it takes. It just needs to pass a certain threshold. But if that's the case, as microprocessors get smaller and smaller and systems get bigger and bigger, it's just a matter of time. The grand singularity is upon us. Our grand robot overlords, Basilisk Demon or whatever. An Ellie? It's not a PKer, is it? PKer with an Ellie? So the Ellie is a type of shield. That was what that guy's offhand was. It's very good defensively, but it doesn't really have offensive stats of note. So it's surprising to me that a PKer would use that, because obviously PKers, especially in this context, they just won't need that kind of defensive firepower. They just simply don't need it. I would use an Ellie, but they wouldn't use one against me. You know what I mean? It's very strange. But yeah, I could definitely buy a world where it's just a matter of a certain amount of complexity for what we consider sentience to be an emergent property or something. What a spooky thought, though. Imagine if we were able to determine that, like, in, like, AI systems or whatever. It's like, whoa, if it reaches this threshold, it becomes sentient. It's like, okay, well, now you have that, so you have to let that be, right? Morally, you can't, remove, you know what I mean? Like, you got to allow it to persist. But also, you got to be like, okay, everyone, we're not allowed to generate AI that's beyond this level of smart, because if you do, you now have a child. Pikachu says, keep it under the minimum threshold for maximum ethicaliber. Yeah, basically. I don't know what ethicaliber means exactly, but yeah. In Satisfactory, you build AI limiters for exactly that reason, right? It's like, what? I mean, yeah, we want it to be smart, but we don't want to be that smart. Well, hold on. Pikachu says, what a stupid baby, can't even feed itself. What an idiot. Yeah, exactly. Pikachu says, babies aren't even sentient? There's actually some truth to that. Like, until humans develop the theory of mind, like, they aren't like the same as other people, you know what I mean? Like, they aren't, you need to be able to realize that you aren't the only thing in existence, you know what I mean? The world doesn't revolve around you, and until you realize that you're like not human in the same way that other people are human, there's an argument to be made for that. It's kind of cruel, more than a little, I would say, but like, that's the way animals look at the world, right? It's like, It's like, no, I'm the thing that matters. Other things don't matter to me. And even not all animals, obviously, because some animals have a sense of justice and fairness or whatever. Maybe not justice exactly, but fairness. But there's like social bonds associated with that as well. So like you'd have to like isolate different. Well, I guess you wouldn't have to, but you get what I'm saying. Pikachu says, and that's why I believe in abortions. I believe in people being allowed to make choices. But that's just like my opinion. And that's just like my opinion, man. And I also believe as a man, I don't have very much say in the matter. It's like really the core crux of that one is like, I think that the people who are birth giving individuals should be the ones who choose in that particular instance. Pikachu says, sorry, I was trying to say the most controversial thing that I could think of. I actually don't think that that's the worst. I think you could do much worse than that, but that one might be the most controversial thing that you could think of that is also like amenable to the stream. Like I can say it in this context without it being a problem. Like an actual problem as opposed to being just like uncouth. But no, I don't know. I kind of get it though. Like the line of logic is there, to be honest. Whether or not you agree with it notwithstanding. But yeah, that's definitely one of those things that like, I don't know, I guess a terribly strong opinion on it, to be honest. It's pretty controversial. It's a little political. It's definitely like a political stance, but to me, it doesn't have very much like, maybe it does. I was going to say it doesn't have a lot of political weight, but I guess that's because from the perspective that I have, I'm like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm on the good side, I guess, but I guess everybody does. So I don't know. Doesn't have a lot of bearing where it's like, yeah, no, if you disagree with me, that's fine. It's just like, I just won't agree with you then. I'm not going to like, you know, burn down your house or nothing. I'm not like upset. This is also like kind of not my business in a lot of ways as well. Oh, okay. I thought I ran out. Thought I was one short for some reason, but we're good. Pikachu says, I think people are unique and special and stuff, but I'm also like, yeah, I don't know. Pikachu says, why can't you just see that I'm right? Probably because I don't care as much as you do. You know what I mean? Like after a certain point, that's kind of what it comes down to. It's like, because I disagree and I don't care about your argument. I mean, to some degree, that's kind of what it boils down to. Like, until I get something that sways my opinion such that I do care about the opposite, like, I'm just going to be like, nah, I'm kind of set in my way on this one. It's like, I just don't care that much. It boils down to what you care about. You know what I mean? And to me, I care about the people that are here right now and the consequences of, you know, choices that we make that we can, you know, directly, you know, account for. You know what I mean? That's kind of where it comes from. It's like here and now is more important ultimately. But also, you know, there's a lot of like other like secular or non-secular, I guess, things that are pertinent. It's like the idea of a soul means nothing to me. Like that's not a thing. It's just fully not relevant. And because of that, it's a lot easier for me to say something like that. Whereas like the everlasting soul being lost or being tormented or what have you. You know, like I can see that being a conversation that other people would have problems with by virtue of that. It's like, oh, well, I mean, I'd argue, well, I mean, they basically are guaranteed to go to heaven, right? So you're doing them a favor, if anything, to be real. Just throwing that out there. Like you're damning a doctor or whatever to hell, but fuck that guy, right? Like he's an asshole, apparently. It's like fair dues, it seems like to me. I don't know. Pikachu says, I'm playing Goose Goose Duck for the first time ever. What do I need to know? It's basically just Among Us. Pikachu says, I decided to ask you over the AI, so I want you to know I have high regard for your opinion and hold you in very special regard. Yeah, it's just Among Us. There's some special like alternate monsters creatures, Among Us, imposters. Like the pelican, it can eat people, but it's not an imposter technically. But yeah, it's, you know, it's just Among Us. Pikachu says it's pelican, not pelicant. I don't know how to feel about that sentence. I feel like I'm more stupid now that I've read that. Is it weird that I kind of want to eat a peanut butter and jelly rice thing instead of, what was the thing I was going to have? Pork and beans? Kind of worried about going pork and beans and not having it tomorrow. I imagine it'll last for a good while though if I just put the canned stuff into the refrigerator and put it in like a Tupperware thing. It probably would be okay for like at least a couple days. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Pikachu says it's trash can, not trash can't. What are you saying to me right now? Pikachu says, and that's why I'll never let my dreams be dreams. How are you gonna stop your dreams from being dreams? What the fuck does that mean? Oh wait, are you saying you're gonna make your dreams reality? I'm like, sir, that doesn't make sense by itself. You're gonna stop your dreams from being so? That doesn't make any fucking sense. You can't do that. Pikachu says it means even if I'm trash, I'll do what I can, even as trash. Damn. You sound like an anime protagonist that needs to get over themselves a little bit. Which I guess as a VTuber makes a certain amount of sense, right? Sorry, man. As an anime person on the internet, you know, there's a certain amount of like ego involved. It's like, I mean, obviously you're going to want to listen to what I have to say, even though, I don't know, I'm just a fucking guy, I guess. We're all just people. I mean, you're not here from what I say. You're here because I'm maxing in RuneScape. That's really what's going on here. Pikachu says, oh, sorry. Pikachu says, my name is Pikasuke Choke Miha. I hate a lot of things and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan and destroy a certain somebody. Wait, did Sasuke say I hate a lot of things and don't particularly like anything? Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. Pikachu says that's literally his class introduction. That's what he says to Kakashi, right? It's not his class introduction. It's his squad introduction to Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi. So it's just the four of them? No? I'm going to restore my clan and destroy a certain somebody. Does he know that restore a clan, his clan means fuck people? Like a lot of people. Because he's the last of the Uchiha. He needs to fuck a lot of bitches in order to restore his clan. Pikachu says only real ones will know. Sounds based. I mean, he does a very bad job of like the restore his clan part of his goal. If that's really what he's trying to accomplish. Pikachu says he'll start with the pink-haired one. I don't even think he likes Sakura that much. I'm going to be honest. I think he uses a lot of people. But like, there's also the fucking healer one in his squad or whatever that's equally obsessed with him as Sakura is or whatever. Pikachu says then he'll move on to the yellow-haired one. Spoiler alert, it's Naruto. That's funny. Pikachu says they're married in like Shippuden. They are. It's true. Pikachu says Ino, her name is Ino. No. Not Ino. The other one that's obsessed with him. The healer one in like his fucking rogue arc. Sasuke gets another squad at some point in like Shippuden or whatever, and she is like also like a healer lady, but she's got like redder hair than Sakura does. Karin? Probably Karin. But it also could be Ino. You're right about that. I could have mentioned Ino as well. I think Ino kind of got over it though, to be honest. By the time Shippuden came around, I think Ino's over it. Pikachu says, damn, it must be exhausting for Sasuke to just be chased by all these women. It's true. Like, actually true. Do you think that Shikamaru was trying to riz Tamari the entire time? Because I feel like he was. You know what I mean? I feel like he was. I feel like that was actually part of his like grand scheme. He's like, you know what? Maybe I could beat her. Or, hear me out, what if I set up the longest game of the entire fucking world? Pikachu says, yeah, that's why it's better to be single and alone. Pikachu says, shout out to Garo, the OG metrosexual. I don't know if metrosexuality is like, is anything other than like a cosmopolitan appearance. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what that means other than like a sense of fashion. Pikachu says, gave me the courage to wear eyeliner. Yeah, definitely that. Definitely that. I get the aesthetic, but does it have anything to do with like Gaara's like the most asexual person I've ever seen in fucking anything ever, probably. Like fully arrow ace. Pikachu says, my Shasta is cold. I'm so excited to crack open this can. Jesus Christ, dude. That's what it's come down to. You're like, oh man. Store brand cola. Fortnite and store brand cola. Yippee. Like, really? That's what it's at, brother? That's where you're at? All right, man. That was pretty good, actually. What the fuck? Why was that impression so good? Pikachu says, what is that accent? That's what the yippee guy sounds like. He's got like a German accent. Pikachu says, how is that not offensive? That's literally, I'm doing an impression of an individual. I'm not making fun of German people. There's one guy that sounds like that. Pikachu says, holy shit. No, look up the yippee guy. The whole thing that he says is a Fortnite and cola yippee. Pikachu says, I know German people. I'm telling them right about this right now. I know German people too, and they're okay with it. Well, the ones that I know are okay with it. And the ones that you know might not be okay with it, to be fair. Pikachu says, yeah, they'd honestly probably laugh. I mean, like I said, honestly, I think it was pretty good. Like, it was pretty close. It wasn't bad at all. It wasn't like spot on or anything like that, but it was like, oh, well, actually, I kind of nailed it. What the fuck? As someone who doesn't do German voices, because what the fuck? Why would I? That one's pretty good, actually. It was like pretty close. Pikachu says, shout out to Luna Amnesia, one of my favorite Germans. This motherfucker has favorite Germans. What the fuck? What do you mean by that? What did he mean by that? Hold on. Pikachu says she's a nice person. Yeah, but you didn't say she's one of your favorite people. You said she's one of your favorite Germans. Like, how important are the Germans in your life relative to the other people in your life? The fuck does that mean, bro? What do you mean by that? Pikachu says also she's horny on main all the time and it makes me laugh so fucking hard. Pikachu says they're pretty up there. They're pretty up there. All right, man. All right, then. There's a dark joke that I'm not gonna say. Too much. Too much. I do have a special place in my heart for ladies that are hornier than I am, because it makes me feel normal. Pikachu says, Fillion said something on stream once that made me laugh super hard, but it's pretty fucked up. You might have mentioned this before. I'm not sure. The fact that you didn't just tell me what it was gives me pause. Pikachu says, I knew a German student, excuse me, a German exchange student in university. She was such a cool person. It completely skewed my impression of German people. I think they're all cool and based. So you're a racist, but like a reverse racist. You just expect German people to be cool and based now. But yeah, no, Pikachu says, I guess. Yeah, no, it's like, yeah, no, I met one black guy and he was the coolest guy I ever met. So I expect all black people to be fucking badass. Like, oh, you're black? What's your favorite extreme sport? You know what I mean? Like, I expect you to do like badass shit. It's like, how good are you at fucking algebra? Because you're probably really awesome. Oh, you're black? Could you help me with this program? I was having trouble coding it earlier. Oh, you're black? Maybe you're really good at art, because obviously black people tend to be multi-talented. It's like, all right. I think that's still technically racist. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, no, the Fillion thing gives me pause. You could definitely DM me about it, but I don't know. I don't know if we want to talk about it on stream. It seems like, again, I would be less concerned. Fillion's technically like a streamer on Twitch and shit too, so you'd think it would be fine, but like, it's not equal. The rules are the rules, but they're not enforced equally, is what I'll say. I don't know if Fillion as a lady is more likely to get fucked than me as a black man. You know what I mean? We're equally VTubers. You know what I mean? Let's not fuck with it, is what I'm saying. Let's not fuck with it. Pikachu says it was not fine. They were playing Cards Against Humanity, and with the Phase Connect girls, Pikachu says, define fucked. She's definitely way more fucked than I am. I'm so fucking horny. No, I'm kidding. I'm not. I'm never horny. Not even when I'm really horny. Saber says, wait. Yeah? What's up? What's up, Saber? How's it going, man? Saber says, what the actual fuck did I come into? Well, you didn't come in anyone. That's for damn sure. I would know. Big Swigs. What a good name. God's helper. Pikachu, or I'm sorry, Savior says, all I heard is she is way more fucked than I am. Yeah. In that I'm sure she could fuck people if she wanted to. I can't do such a thing, at least not legally. I think mail order brides are still a thing. Do you think they're still coming to America, or is America fucked now? I guess we'll know that America's fucked when the mail order brides are no longer interested in coming to America, right? I would tell you. That would be the difference, right? Savior says, what kind of fuck she give? Some fuck? Want some fuck? No, why, yes, I would love some fuck. Oh, it's pronounced pho, actually. It's pronounced pho. Saber says there are 8 kinds of fuck. Everybody knows this. I don't know that that's true. There might be true. Shout out to that. I think she was Japanese. That lady, maybe she was Korean. She was trying to teach a class English, and instead of saying Coke, she said cock. I want some cock. It's like, someone should help. She could use, okay. Pikachu's like, Coke? Ha! What an idiot! She drinks Coke! Pikachu says cock. Please give me cock. Fantastic. Thank you. I wonder if that was real. Maybe it's fake. Maybe it's not even a real thing. I've definitely seen the clip, but you know, obviously it wasn't like AI for back then, but it could be like someone who definitely knows how to say things in English and is just deciding to make it funny. I swear to God, there's that meme, that Among Us meme, that's like, this meme is from, 2018. You don't get it. And I swear to God that I saw that shit in like 2012 or some shit. And I was like, I don't get it. And now looking back at it, I'm like, oh my God, it's Among Us. It's so real. Oh my God, they were right. They were right. John Titor? Is that you? Saber says, love fuck, hate fuck, sex only fuck, breakup fuck, makeup fuck, drunk fuck, buddy fuck, and pity fuck. Is buddy fuck different than sex only fuck? And also, sex only fuck, buddy fuck, and pity fuck sound like they could definitely be like the same. You know what I mean? Like you could definitely figure that one out. Breakup fuck is crazy to me. Also, drunk fuck sounds like it would line up with a lot of those too. I'm not sure that those are fully distinct. I don't know if I believe that there are some that are only that one and not the other. Saver says breakup fuck's the best besides hate fuck. Sounds like someone who knows. Sounds like someone speaking from experience. I wouldn't know. Savior just says yes. Just the word yes. No further questions, Your Honor. Savior says, I'm not wise because I knew better. I'm wise because now I know better. Yeah, that makes sense. Wise comes from, I think you could be wise just from learning from other people as well, but yeah, true. Pikachu says, sounds like someone who knows the fucks, to be honest. What the fucks? What does the fuck say? And who keeps giving it? Pikachu gets me. No, I'm not saying either of those things. You can't make me. Saber says, why not though? Agency. Saber says, sing the song. Why don't you sing the song? Saber says, you want to? I actually didn't hear that song. I knew that it existed, but I didn't hear it for years. Probably 15 years I knew about the song, but never heard it. And my ex was like, you have to hear the song. And I'm like, I really don't. Don't you think it's special that I haven't heard the song? And they were like, no. And they made me listen to it. So my fucking 15-year streak was ruined, and now I know the song. And they were the only person that made me listen to it too. So if not for them, I would be 20 something years. Saber says it's like losing the game. Yeah, it is like losing the game. Lost the game. Saber says, speaking of which, all of you fucking lost. I lost! That means something different. And I only kind of understand why it means something different. I'm going to be honest. That one's like a little too new for me to get it. I get it, I think. But I don't get it as well, I guess. Saber says, that we know what the game is shows our age, I guess. Pikachu says, this Shasta is based. It tastes like melted popsicles. Melted popsicles are not as good as regular popsicles. Also, why does it have like fucking fruity flavor? What kind of fucking cola is this? Is it even cola? Saber says, what the fuck is Shasta? It's like a fucking store brand Coke. Or I guess in this case, like a store brand Fanta, I guess. Saber says, so like great value? Yeah. It's from Costco, I guess, but otherwise, yeah. Pikachu saw Shasta from his childhood in this Costco and he fucking popped off for it. Speaking of, as I recall, MatPat like drank the store brand Diet Coke or whatever and liked it better than regular Diet Coke. I don't know if he ever stuck to that. I doubt that he did, but he was like, oh shit, I like this better. What the? Savior says, is Mr. Pibb off-brand? I think Mr. Pibb is name brand. Yeah, it's isn't Dr. Pepper its own thing? But like Mr. Pibb is like Coca-Cola's version of Dr. Pepper. And then there might also be a Pepsi one or something like that. But yeah, it is a name brand, but it isn't the Dr. Pepper brand, whatever. Saber says, but, yeah, go on. But what then? I said what in the butt. Speaking of dated things, Saber says, I work for Coke. They bottle Dr. Pepper. Okay, then maybe Coke owns Dr. Pepper as well. Saber says, why they need their own? What do you mean? I don't know what Dr. Pepper was its own soda before it was owned by Coke, and it could be that Coke now owns Dr. Pepper. Saber says, wait, I'm Googling. No, you're good. I might have said that Mr. Pibb was owned by Coca-Cola and it's actually owned by Pepsi. You know what I'm saying? Like, I totally could be wrong about that. Pikachu says, Dr. Pepper is independent. I thought it was independent. I thought it was. But if he's saying that they're bottling in a Coca-Cola factory, then I imagine that's probably true. Like, why would he lie about that, right? Pikachu says, I think it's required to be owned by neither Coke nor Pepsi, so neither has a monopoly, if I recall correctly. Saver says, but fucking Coke bottles Dr. Pepper. I mean, fight. Like, I don't fucking know, man. This is between you and Pikachu right now. Savior and Pikachu. I don't have shit to do with it. I'm just a fucking guy. I thought Dr. Pepper was... Savior says everyone bottles Dr. Pepper? Interesting. So what, does Dr. Pepper just arrive at the Coca-Cola and Pepsi factories in like a big old van? You know what I mean? In a massive like cement mixing truck, and they just like vend that shit out? Like fucking Slurm in Futurama. Saber says Dr. Pepper bottles with whoever is cheaper. I mean, that's so fucking based of Dr. Pepper. So there you go. Dr. Pepper is his own thing. I thought it was, but I wasn't sure, to be honest. Keep it 100. I wasn't sure. Did I tell you guys the biggest mistake I ever made with regards to that local pizza place? I was going to get just like a pizza in person for once because I had never been inside that place. It was nice, but on impulse I was like, oh yeah, and I'll get a 2-liter as well, right? And I was only there because I had walked to my mechanic, or I had driven to my mechanic and left my car there, and I was walking home, and I was like, oh, while I'm going home, I'll stop by that local pizza place, since I had never actually been there. I had only ever delivered. So after having gotten my pizza and stuff, I then had to continue walking home. And I don't know if you know this. Well, maybe it's not true for other people. I'm not a very big guy, so my little itty bitty hands can't really comfortably carry a 2-liter of soda except by the lid. You know what I mean? It's just... And I had a pizza, right? And in theory, I can sort of carry a pizza with one hand. But it's like not, you know what I mean? It's not a good look. And I'm walking like, not far. I'm probably walking like 1,200 feet, 1,500 feet. So like, it's bad. Like my wrist is all fucked up because it's like holding a 2-liter of soda from the lid and shit. It's just not good. It's just a bad look. I fucked up. Saber says, why can Peter Pan fly? Because of Tinkerbell. Pikachu says, contrary to popular belief, Dr. Pepper is not a product of the Coca-Cola Company or PepsiCo. The iconic beverage is in fact owned by Keurig Dr. Pepper. Wait, Keurig? Like the fucking coffee machine Keurig? What the actual fuck? Are you fucking kidding me right now? You're blowing my goddamn mind. Pikachu says, a distinct and publicly traded company. This independence is not a matter of chance, but is rooted in the history of regulatory scrutiny aimed at preventing market monopolization by the 2 dominant players in the soft drink industry. Saber says he got hit in the Peter with a pan. I don't know about that one. Saber says I'll leave now. That one doesn't do it for me. Pikachu said the line. He said the thing. Pikachu says 10 out of 10. I'm gonna be honest. Your joke didn't land with me, Savior. Pikachu saying Bazinga upset me. That upset me. I was like, how fucking dare you say Bazinga to me, you motherfucker. That shit, that crossed the, there's a joke and there's a line, man. What the fuck was that? Pikachu says, yes, absolutely. The Keurig and Keurig Dr. Pepper is the very same coffee company owned or renowned for its popular single-serve coffee makers and K-cup pods. Pikachu says, it was so good. What do you mean? Don't fucking do that shit to me. How fucking dare you gas up this like mid joke at best with fucking Bazinga. If you're gonna gas anything up, why dare you? Why you? How could you to me after all we've been through? Saber says, that's my reaction when I hear a cloaker in Payday. What the fuck is a cloaker in Payday? What the fuck is that? Pikachu says, mid joke at best. The Peter Pan joke? Why can Peter Pan fly? He got hit in the Peter with a pan. Like, that's the one for you? Saber says, wait a fucking minute. You don't know what a cloaker is? Yeah, no, I've never played Payday. I don't know what that is. I know what Payday is. That's the game where you like rob banks and make drugs or something, right? You have like masks and stuff? Payday 3 was a big problem. Saber says, Google a cloaker. That's not going to work by itself. I know of cloakers, but not in Payday. Saber says right now. All right, look. I will Google a cloaker, but I have to add Payday to it or it's not going to come up with what you want. Right? Fuck. Payday cloaker. All right. So it's just like a guy in like a suit. He looks like a fucking Splinter Cell. Pikachu says the Peter is flying through the air because it was hit through the pan. What? Hit by the pan. What? Do I not understand? I meant with the pan. Yeah, it was like through. It's like, do you understand this joke in a way that differently than I do? It's like, did I just like not understand the logistics and that's why I didn't think it was funny? What the fuck? It was like through the. What the fuck does through the pan mean in this? What the fuck are you talking about? How strong is your Peter that you can pierce pan with it? Saber says they make a really distinct sound when they attack. Oh, okay. Saber says all my other jokes are, yeah, no, I understand. I understand, Saber. Saber says not stream friendly. Yeah, no. One time Saber was like, hey, can I tell this joke? It's a little inappropriate. And I was like, sure. And he let it fly. And I was like, I should not have allowed you to tell this joke. Like, I instantly was like, okay, Savior, you're good. That was my bad, but not again. And from that point onwards, I was like, no, if somebody asks, the answer might be no. I would love for the answer to be yes. Send it to me in DMs. We can talk about it in DMs. You know what I mean? But like, in my fucking Twitch chat, like, no, we can't just let it all happen. You know what I mean? Savior says that's what I was gonna bring up. Yeah. No, I remember, Savior. I will never forget you, Savior. You specifically, I will never forget. There's no chance that it's like, whoa. All right, yeah, no, that's my bad. All right, lesson learned. We learned a valuable lesson today. It's like, okay, no, definitely not. Saber says, I even said I don't think I should. Yeah, no, you were right. You were fucking right. I should have trusted you. You were right. You were fucking so correct. And that's, you earned some favor with me that day, Savior. It's like, no, man, Savior says some shit. I should probably trust it. You know what I mean? Like, no, I got you. You've got a certain amount of trust with me from now on. It's like, yeah, no, he knows what the fuck he's talking about sometimes, at least, bro. Like, chill. Our relationship was tested that day, and you passed. I failed. That was my bad. Saber says, because think about how out of pocket I'm on the regular. So for me to be like, I don't know about this one. Yeah. I saw the signs, you know what I mean? But I didn't know how deep the depths of depravity went. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know, but now I know. Now I know that I'm not ready for the deep. You know what I mean? You're too strong for me. You're too powerful. I can't handle it. I literally said I can't handle it, and the only thing I could think of is, could God make a dick so strong. His ass couldn't take it. That's the only thing I was thinking that entire time. Saber says, like, I get real degenerate. Yeah, me too. Not that degenerate, but me too. Oh, that day specifically? Yeah. Usually you're fine, to be honest. Usually it's not a problem. But every now and then I'm like, Saber, take it easy. This is a new person, you know what I mean? Take it easy on him. Be careful, man. I mean, you don't have to be careful. You can do what you want. I'm not gonna tell you how to live your fucking life, like whatever, but also, I did see you sent a picture, Pika. You do have a forehead. Is this after fixing or is this before? It looks like a forehead to me. It's a little hard to tell if your forehead's like in proportion with your head because anime eyes are so fucking big. Pikachu says that's after. Okay. I still don't know if it's in proportion with your head because like anime is fucked up. You know what I mean? I know like regular face proportions, not like anime faces. I saw this chart that was like, this is what adult proportions are like. And it's like the number of heads, how many heads tall the body is. And that's like what makes something look infantile versus like juvenile versus like adult. It was very interesting because I had never seen that before. Like I didn't know, like I'm not an artist, right? So like I just didn't know that that's like a way that you can make something look useful. It's like make the head bigger in proportion to the rest of the body. Because up until then it was like, I don't know, sometimes things looked more childish, sure, but like it was like confluence of factors. The main thing for me was actually like twin tails, which by virtue of that, if I vibe with you as a person or whatever, like I'm like fully into you, and then you put your hair up into twin tails, I am probably not at all attracted to you. Like too much for me. Like I just don't like twin tails. Ponytails I like. I don't know why. Part of it's because I like ponytails so much, actually, to be honest, but also because it has like a very it smacks of like schoolgirl to me in a way that I'm like, dude, stop. And even when I was like way back in the day, you know what I mean? Like I was still like, no thanks on the whole like twin tails, especially like older people with twin tails. Like if you're a schoolgirl, I guess you could do schoolgirl stuff. But if you're not, like, fucking stop it. It's embarrassing. Saber says, I forgot what I said to Spud when I first met him. It's pretty funny. Could be anything. Could be anything. I feel like your very first message was like, you know what I mean? You were fired from the hip. Like, you were like, let's see how this is gonna go. I gotta test this guy, see if he's worth anything. You know what I mean? It's like, oh shit, here we go. Because I'm pretty sure that I knew your name very early on. It's like, oh yeah, I know who Savior is. I know this guy. Savior says, I think I asked him in TTS if he remembered committing war crimes in the Middle East with me. Jesus Christ. That's awesome. That's awesome. I don't know if it's better if there's no context for that or if there's actually context for it. Like if you guys played like Bad Company together or some shit. Like, I don't know if it's better if there's like literally zero, like your first interaction with someone, you've never met them before. It's like, you remember committing war crimes with me in the Middle East? It's like, whoa. That's a pretty good opening message. I like that. I like that one a lot. There's this song by Little Dicky about him. It's called Pillow Talk, I think. But he's talking to a girl after they like smash or whatever. And he says to her, do you fuck with the wart? And she's like, what? He's like, I just want to know if you fuck with the war. Like, do you fuck with the war? Saber says, I think I instantly was like, oh, this guy's cool because he was like, absolutely. Yeah. War crimes in the Middle East, say less, brother. Every weekend, bro. Every weekend. They just don't taste as good back home. See, that's a double because you're like, whoa, you're committing war crimes back home too? Yes and is the right answer often. Sometimes you got to be afraid of yes and, because if you yes and the wrong person, Savior, they'll go a step further. You know what I mean? And then it's like, okay, okay, we're done now. Okay, we should stop. You win. Okay, we should stop. You win. You win. You win. Careful, careful. You know what I mean? Careful. Too much. You can do too much. Saber says it was something Geneva suggestions. Yeah. Guys, landmines are a real problem. Because they don't just like stop working. They just get forgotten. You know? It's just like, oh yeah, there's just a bunch of landmines in that field. There was like some movie that was shot. God, what was it? It was like Fast and the Furious or some shit. It was shot in like some Australian desert or some shit. And they were like, oh yeah. This is where we do our like live firing with like munitions and stuff. So if you see anything that looks like this, it's a real bomb. Don't fuck with it. All right. And this is the area that we've marked off for you to do your shooting. And they're like, oh, so there's no bombs in the marked off area. And they're like, there's less bombs. No guarantees about no. No. We're not saying that. We're saying it is definitely unsafe beyond the line. That's all that we're saying. No guarantees within the line, but don't fucking pass the line. If you think shit's sketchy within the line, do not fucking cross it. It's like, oh, okay, great. Savior says, I'll never forget I asked a friend of mine that was an IED guy in Iraq. I asked him how he stayed calm when defusing, and he looked at me in the eye and says, either I was right or it wasn't my problem anymore. I mean, yeah. You don't have to worry about the run back and keep talking and nobody explodes. That's for fucking sure. Saber says, I was like, that's fucked, but he's right. Yeah. Look, man. It's not my problem for long. We're doing okay so far. Another couple hours. What'll that put us at? Oh, far from done. But it'll be good progress nonetheless. But if we do 2 hours now and 2 hours tomorrow morning. Hey, when do we start Apex? Noon? 11? Noon? What does it say? That's in fucking PST. I don't know what that fucking means. 11. That's what that means. Just look at it in my time zone. What does this say? Noon. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I looked at the wrong thing. I was like, wait, am I bad at math? How the fuck did that happen? I was like, did fucking West Coast time change? It's no longer -3 from me. It's fucking -2 now. What the fuck just happened? But yeah. Oh yeah, no, we finally lost California. The earthquakes ruptured it off. It's an island now. God, I'm still looking forward to playing Fire Emblem. What is happening? Why didn't that work? I think we're committed to doing that for 1K though. As if 1K is inevitable. No guarantees. Anything could happen. Even maxing isn't inevitable. We're close though. We're so fucking close. What a tragedy it would be to not finish, you know? Why doesn't... Did I just not click in the right place? I must not have. Or maybe I did it... I think I stepped west, right? So maybe that was the westward step. That's all that was. So I wasn't really in control when I did the first step. Yeah, that was definitely the westward step. It's like a weird thing. It happens sometimes though. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I think it's like a timing thing. Like I'm doing the right inputs, but the wrong timing slightly, and that's making me step west. Same as when you make a fire, actually. Motherfuck. And there it is again. Is it because I'm like not finishing getting the trap in my inventory? It's probably what it is. Do that too soon? That time it was because I didn't move after, but that's okay. I don't care about that. I had nothing to do. Where's the Chinchompa pet? God, I'm gonna get all the way to 99 and no fucking Chinchompa pet? What a fucking scam. I have to do like 3 times as many, I think. Maybe a little more in order to have like odds on getting the pet. Zero says, I finally started aura farming the anime. There's an anime called Aura Farming the Anime. I haven't watched anime in years, many years. So I hope you're not trying to talk about it to me. Solo leveling, same thing. I haven't seen that anime either. So I hope you're not trying to like pop off about anime because you think that I love anime or whatever, because I haven't seen it. I don't know anything about it. I do love anime, but I haven't seen it. I know that people like solo leveling, but that's all I know about it. Pikachu says, you fake anime boy? No, I'm a real anime boy. I just don't watch anime. I mean, I do watch streamers. That's kind of like watching anime, I guess. Not all of them are VTubers, but most of them are. Pikachu says, how could you not love anime? Some streamers just genuinely don't have a very strong relationship with anime at all. And I do think it's a little weird to be a VTuber and not like care about anime. It's not necessarily a problem, but like when you're like obviously anime coded, like not just by being a VTuber, but like you obviously have like an anime-esque VTuber model. It's kind of weird to like not be, but like it's nothing wrong with it. Like it's not illegal. Hey Saku, what's up, dude? Are you muted?
Hello.
Hey man. No, I should probably take a break. It's probably that time. Before Saku yells at me.
Oh my god, yeah, get the hell out of here.
See, what did I say? Look at him yelling at me. I said I was going and it wasn't good enough for him. You know what I mean? Damn.
On the double.
I'm going. Psychotic Zero says, I still am of the opinion it's overrated slop, but at least it's well animated. Halfway through season 2 and honestly didn't deserve anime of the year. Okay. I mean, I'm probably going to watch it at some point, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't spoil it. But okay, it's overrated, according to you. Good to know. I don't really have like very many personal takes on it. I just know in the zeitgeist it's like much beloved, but I don't have anyone that's like vouched for it or has said, you know, anything negative about it. You know what I mean? I just know that it's loved. I don't know that anybody's like willing to say, oh yeah, no, this anime is fucking great. I've never heard anybody do that. Zero says, I'm not spoiling it. You might completely love it. Yeah, no. I understand. I was asking you not to spoil it. I wasn't saying that you are spoiling it. Makes sense. I tend to like anime a lot. My bar for anime is like really low. Like I tend to just enjoy anime, period. My bar for anime is so low that I'm not really a good person to ask for anime recommendations unless you just want to watch a show. Like one of my homies was like, what's a good show? I really want a good anime or whatever, right? And so I went through like some of the best anime that I knew, and then he was like, no, I'm looking for like something shonen or whatever. And I was like, okay, well, of the shonen anime that I can think of, right, this is one of the best ones or whatever. And he was like, this show is like bad. And I'm like, I understand that like my appreciation for anime is like skewed so that I like more things than most people like. But if he thinks that this show is like genuinely bad, then there isn't an anime that exists that I can recommend to you. You know what I mean? Like there's just like, I'm out of anime. Like it sucks, but like there isn't one, you know, like Pikachu me says Keijo, so based. No, I did not recommend Keijo. It's also not shonen. Zero says, in my opinion, Free Run should have won anime of the year last year. Yeah, people like Free Run a lot. Zero says, also really well animated, but better written and more insightful. I mean, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with shonen anime being shonen-y or whatever. It depends on how good it is, right? It's hard to compare for like anime of the year. Anime of the year is like anything of the year is like kind of shit. Like game of the year is kind of shit because it's like what matters is like a game within a genre. You know what I mean? Like best puzzle game of the year, best, you know, first person shooter, best, you know what I mean? Like those are like way easier to like find defensible because it's like you're comparing, you know, the current Call of Duty, right, to like Expedition 33, Clair Obscur, right? There's almost nothing that Call of Duty can possibly do for most people to be in the running that it is comparative to Clair Obscur, right? And there are some people that no matter what Clair Obscur even is, they're gonna love Call of Duty more than Clair Obscur, right? It's just not a very good comparison, to be honest. Because like, if the Call of Duty is the best first-person shooter literally ever, right? But it doesn't innovate in a significant way, like how do you rate that? What does that mean? Like, the controls are perfect, the matchmaking is immaculate, the rollback is on point, there's no technical problems, the guns are perfectly balanced and fair, the progression feels fantastic, there's enough microtransactions, the microtransactions aren't annoying, there's enough skins and progression and all those things. Like, if everything was perfect about the game, truly perfect, right? But it just didn't do enough new, does that mean it doesn't deserve Game of the Year? To me, the answer is no. If it's like primo, like truly the best that you could hope for, and it's just not bringing something new to the table, it just refines it, it's just a perfect mix, I think that still deserves to be Game of the Year, depending on what is, you know, contemporary with it, like what else happened that year, right? And I think that Clair Obscur, as far as I can tell, is like a great game with a really touching story. That to me isn't better than perfect gameplay, you know? Like sculpted off a chunk of God's finest dick cheese. Perfect, you know? I don't know. A little bit of moist critical in there, just less elegant. Are you excited for some Saku? More Pokemon action?
Yeah.
How close are you to finishing the DLC? Are you done?
We have about 2 sessions left.
For the DLC, okay. But is that for the Pokedex as well?
1 session for the DLC, but we're also doing one final thing. We're supposed to do one final battle to settle a bet.
Okay. Fair enough. Say versus
Well, not one final battle, but mostly like a final tournament sort of thing, like a best 2 out of 3.
Okay, sure. Saber says, I got some of those things that pop against the ground. Pop rocks? Wait, are pop rocks the candy? But yeah, I know what you're saying. The guys that you throw at the ground that pop. I'm gonna put them under the toilet seat for the day shift guy in the morning. I thought about putting them where the door closes in the car. That's pretty fucked up. It's pretty harmless prank though as well. You gotta be careful with that shit, but yeah. Some people take that shit like really personally. But if you guys are good friends and you've done similar-ish pranks before, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm like very careful, cautious about pranks in general, to be honest. But particularly that kind of stuff. I think the car door one would be a little bit better, to be honest. Saber says he left a bowl of flour on the door the other night. On the door? So like when you open the door, it like fell down onto your head? If that's the case, then yeah, you're good. You'll be fine. Damn, a bowl of flour. Why did he even have a bowl of flour? Like, why do you even have that shit? I don't even know if I own flour. I probably do, but I'm not sure that I do. Yeah, I think I do because I use it for, it like thickens the filling of shepherd's pies. Saber says we've been pranking each other for like 2 or 3 years at this point. I got you. All right, fair enough. No worries then. I'm always like really bad with like reading people in that way though. You know what I mean? So I've always got a lot of caution myself. I also don't really like pranks, like pranking other people or getting pranked. So it's like really not for me to begin with. Oh my god, all the fucking rats. They're all over the place, man. I think I ran the numbers for the Chinchompa pet, and it was like 33 out of 86k, something like that. So a little better than like 1 in 3, but not 50-50 odds. It's pretty unlikely. And we've only got 530k left. So like less than 4 hours. I mean, much less than that for this stream, obviously, but Saber says, I opened another stream just now, and the first thing I heard was, I can fuck him. I can fuck him. I can, so fuck him here. Saber says, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go back to Panda stream. Interesting. I can fuck him. I can, so fuck him here. Wait, maybe it's like, I can fuck him. I can, so fuck him here. The read is important for that. I need direction. Interesting line, though. I'm trying so hard to look at these skills. Wait, how the fuck did that happen? That was weird. Because I only have a few left. Six, not counting hunter. 5 if you don't count fishing. And we're gonna get 2 of those done, so it'll be 3. Fletching, rune crafting, mining. That's it. We're close. And the combat skills are not bad. So fletching, rune crafting, mining. We're basically just waiting for the fletching minigame. Try that out, see how that goes. Finish fletching. Then it'll just be rune crafting and mining. Mining will happen at some point. And then we'll just do rune crafting as quickly as we can. We'll see. We get a lot of micro and a lot of waiting too. It's all about banking fast. I really called this stream Endless Possibilities and I only did Hunter. That's fine. I mean, it's a nice productive stream, to be honest. We've got a lot of progress done. 500,000 so far. Not bad. But as far as like endless possibilities go, definitely a little bit of an overpromise and an under-delivery there, I think. Do you use medicine, Saku?
Edison?
Yeah, like if you're sick?
No, not really.
Me neither. I've only ever used medicine when I was so sick that someone else gave me medicine. That's the only time I've ever used it. Like, if I'm extremely sick but alone, I will just suffer. And eventually be fine. So far. I've gotten medicine before though, a few times. One time I had like, oh my god, it was the worst migraine. It felt like a boulder that was rolling from like one side of my head, like one ear, all the way across my head to the other ear. And then it would just roll right back over and over and over again. That was fucking miserable. I don't even know how long I was sick for. I just remember waking up and trying to go back to sleep, and waking up and trying to go back to sleep over and over again, and eventually it was just fine. I mean, I took medicine at some point during that, obviously, but it was rough, man. It was rough. Have you ever had teriyaki chicken, Taku?
I think so.
Do you know where it comes from? Is it like Chinese?
I don't know.
Me neither. And 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that's how conversations would just end. Just be like, damn, I guess we won't know. But now we have the internet, so we can find out. I'm not gonna, right? But that's just because I'm busy. But like, we could know. Have you done TOA since the update, Taku?
Nope.
No, I'm terrible. And so ends another run. Is Disgaea the last Disgaea you're gonna play?
Possibly.
Oh, haven't truly decided quite yet.
I've not played the others.
Kind of looking forward to Final Fantasy Tactics as well. I hope that release is good. I'm gonna wait until people get it, because it might be like review bombed all to hell because they fucked it up in some way or whatever. But if it's like just if it's just a faithful re-release, you know what I mean? If it's just the same game again, I'm down for it. And if they enhance it in any way, that's even better, but they don't even need to do that. Kind of a lot of tactics games to look forward to, interestingly enough. I'm not sure if my taste in gaming is like broad enough. I haven't really messed with racing games in a long time as well. Maybe I should try something new. Not yet, obviously, but maybe soon. Maybe we'll try something a little more different, a little more uncomfortable for me. Oh, Loke, what's up, dude? We're almost there. See how close we are to maxing? Like 7 skills left. I'll let you look, in case you forgot how a plugin works. It's pretty good though. Still got a lot left, to be honest. But only a few skills, you know? We're just going to be doing rune crafting for a very, very long time. And I am not looking forward to it, to be honest. I might get sick of it. There's a chance. We'll see. If I get really, really sick of it, we can take a break and do a few things that I wanted to do anyway. But hopefully I can just grind it out completely like everything else. Because I would really want to get, 150 hours of that shit just like done. Just wrap it up. Send it and be done. We'll see how it goes. Because it's going to be an uphill battle the whole way. The whole way. Until level 98, it's all pain. It's about as fast as this is, though, to be honest. It's about the same speed, 140k an hour or so, I think. Maybe that's nominal, though, so maybe it's closer to like 110k or some shit. We'll see what I actually am able to do. Because whatever the wiki says is cool and all, but like the rate that I get is the thing that matters to fucking me. I guess I'm going to get some money out of it, too, whatever that's worth. Not very much, I'm sure. Who knows? Maybe it'll help. We've got a lot of money right now, though. And more to be had soon as well. This Din's Bulwark, we're not keeping this thing. We sell the Blood Moon when we're finished with attack and strength. What else? I'm sure there's more. We can sell all of our runes if we finished. What? Hydra and Zulra, I guess? I don't even know if I would use runes on either of those. I guess Thralls. Yama. Need Demon Bane magic for that. Yama doesn't seem that bad. I bet I could do it 1KC, no problem. He says, having watched a bunch of people better than him play the game, now he has a fucking ego. God. I'm the fucking worst when it comes to that shit. I've seen so many people do so many things so comfortably that I'm like fucking gassing myself up. Like, yeah, I could definitely do it. Pikachu says that's how it looks. Dang, that's crazy. He's like, yeah, man, I can tell from the way that you're playing this game that you're gassing yourself up. This guy's nothing but fucking ego. What an idiot. Damn. It's obvious? It's that obvious? Pikachu says, no, not that. Pikachu says, I meant like, it always looks easier watching people. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I also don't do very many difficult things in this game though, so anything that I do, I feel like anybody else could genuinely do. Maybe Hallowed Sepulchre's a little hard, but I haven't actually done like too many things that are actually like impressive in my opinion. Jad is spooky. Jad is genuinely spooky. That one I could definitely say some people might struggle with, because Jad hands is a real thing. You just need to not be in your head though, you know what I mean? Like, it'll be okay. You'll get through it. It's okay. Pikachu says, I was talking to people about Night Rain and how Wilder is built for two-handing. And they're like, what do you mean? Anyone can two-hand. And I'm like, yeah, but he's like built for it. And they're like, I don't think so. Okay. So like, he has like specs that enhance his ability to two-hand in some way. Pikachu says, and they play the game like every day, so I know they think they're experts. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder why the discrepancy. I wonder what they're not seeing that you are, or they're seeing that you aren't. Pikachu says, but it's like he literally has strength and dex scaling, built for two-handing weapons, and a literal different two-hander moveset with higher DPS.
Actually played some Night Raid with another group that one of them had at least 100 hours, so he knew what he was doing. I think. You never know. But the tip he told me for Wilder is to get the two biggest swords you can. Then dual wield. I don't know if I followed the advice correctly.
Wait. So when you, to be clear, Pika, you said two-handing? Yeah, two-handing weapons. Two-handing weapons and dual-wielding weapons are not the same thing. Yeah, Pikachu says I meant two hands, one weapon. Dual-wielding is different. So, Ultra Greatsword, two hands, one weapon. Dual-wielding is one weapon in each hand. So...
Yeah, well, that's what they told me.
Sure.
I don't know if it's the best.
Sure. Pikachu says, but yeah, any big ass sword usually has high strength and dex scaling. Definitely strength. I don't know about dex. I imagine it has some dex scaling. Pikachu says, so I think even that is reasonable. Sure, maybe. I have no idea, but I obviously don't have a horse in the race or whatever. But it is interesting to me that they're like, because like the thing that you're saying, Pikachu, it seems like it's like in objective reality. It's like he gets bonuses for this, so if anybody can two-hand things, sure, but he objectively benefits more from it than other people do, right? And that seems like a reasonable thing to say that like no one should really disagree with, but I don't really know, right? Pikachu says a lot of them primarily scale from strength and dex is secondary, and it's like, yeah, and they're just like, nah, but anyone can two-hand, right? Which could also be true, but like just because anyone can do it doesn't mean that everyone is equally good at it. That I don't understand what they could be missing. Pikachu says, and this guy like bitches about how bad his teammates are constantly, so I'm just like, I mean, that kind of tells you. That kind of tells you statistically, right? Anytime you're in a group, like in a game of League of Legends, right? If your team is always worse than the enemy team, that means that you are worse than the enemy team. Because on your team, there are 4 randoms, and on the enemy team, there are 5 randoms. So the variation on the enemy team should always be worse than the variation on yours. Always. If you play enough games, to be fair. If you only play 10 or 15 games of League of Legends, then you're not a real League of Legends player, and stop fucking complaining. Fine. But if you play thousands of games of League of Lego and your enemy team is always worse than you, or your team is always worse than the enemy, excuse me. If the enemy team is always worse than you, then you should be climbing, obviously. Pikachu says, so I'm just like slowly triggering under the surface and now I'm venting to you about it. Yeah, I gotcha. I understand. It'd be like that sometimes. Saku, I had a guy hit me with a Stin's Bulwark once.
Yeah? Did it hurt?
Yeah, it did. Mostly emotionally. Pikachu says, part of me was like, I could start to explain this too, but I'm just like, there's probably no point. This will only result in further complications and more fighting. Yeah. If the calm, clear explanation doesn't work, then any further explanation is probably not warranted. It's one of those things. Like, even if you're right, it's probably not welcome. It's kind of the vibe. You get maybe 2 shots. You know what I mean? By the time you try to explain something the 3rd time, it's like, there's no way it's gonna land. Even if they say that it worked, they definitely didn't understand. You know what I mean? Pikachu says, last Shasta I drank was grape. What Shasta shall I do next? Pikachu says, yeah, that's how I think about it. I'm just like, it's better to just to walk away after a certain point. Yeah. I don't really like walking away, and I especially don't like it when other people walk away from me. I feel like they're giving up on me. But sometimes it's just the way that it has to be. You know what I mean? Sometimes I just can't fucking understand what you're saying. That happens sometimes. Pikachu says, makes me want to boot up Night Rain right now, pick up a 2-handed sword, not fail the boss fight, and not bitch at my terrible teammates. Maybe. I don't know. I don't really like competitive games, to be honestly. So I don't know if I'm going to play Night Rain. That time will come, and that will come in due time, though. We'll decide. You know what I mean? For now, I think it's going to be Elden Ring, probably seamless co-op, but we'll see. Pikachu says Night Rain is pretty PvE, honestly. Maybe. I have to like Elden Ring a certain amount first as well. Pikachu me suspend. Maybe now I'm just being petty. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with being motivated to play a game. Pikachu me says, I feel like I discovered an entirely different landmine about this person, but I'll tell you about it later. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Spoiler alert, it involves more ears. What the fuck? That's crazy. Saku, do you think you know what your next like big stream is gonna be? Do you have like a good idea of like what your next like maybe like it's a milestone or something like that?
I have no idea.
I see. I mean, worst case it would be like, did you do your anniversary stream recently? I don't remember.
Yeah?
Yeah, I thought that you did.
Wait, anniversary stream?
Like for like affiliate anniversary or something like that?
Oh, no, the affiliate is coming soon, but I don't usually do anything for that.
Mm-hmm. Because you did a birthday stream, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you already did your charity stream. You already did your birthday stream. So yeah, I guess I don't know what would be the next big thing. Unless you're looking forward to like a big game release or something like that.
Sailing. No, I don't know if that warrants a long stream.
Hmm. Do you know what your next like follower milestone is or anything? Do you have anything like that in mind?
I have nothing in mind. Ever so slowly crawling to 600 though.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't really like doing like the celebration type streams myself. So once I got to 500, it was like, okay, great. Next one's at 1K. We're done. We're done with the milestone thing until 1K now. Mostly just because it's a pain in the ass. Probably isn't that bad, especially since last time all I did was play Fire Emblem, which I like, to be fair. But I planned on doing more than that. I just tried to make it work, and then I was too stupid to get it working. So I ended up just doing the thing that I figured out how to do. Which I guess is fair enough, right? I don't understand how to do it. It is what it is. Oh, the date changed. I don't know if that matters. I guess we can just do our dailies tomorrow morning. So we ended up having no real trouble on the weekend either for Chinchompas. Just got unlucky that one time. I guess it was Saturday and Sunday morning. Maybe it was 2 times. I don't remember. So maybe the morning on the weekends is the problem time? Or maybe again, it was just that one fucking guy. He only showed up like 2 or 3 times as well. It was just really incessant. You know what I mean? Like at that point, he's doing it as like an ego thing or something. He's not even trying to make money. All right, Saku, you ready?
Shoot.
This is a pitch for a snowflake. I'm sure it's not original because there are no original snowflakes, despite them being snowflakes. So it's a wilderness only account, right?
Uh-huh.
Where you try to progress the game. How do you, as the player, get like gear? Like where do you do things? How do you progress in the game? You're just trying to do whatever you can do, whatever you want to do, but you're just locked to the wilderness specifically.
Start with prayer because your chances of you meeting an account that can kill you is pretty low.
Okay, makes sense.
Just loot the big bones and then go send at the altar.
Mm-hmm. You get Ferox Enclave, obviously, as well. So you do have a bank. I think Corp has a bank too, right?
I'm not sure. I think I would try to get some early levels until I'm able to go for zombie pirates because they are ridiculously low combat stats for the loot that they drop. But you still have to be able to kill them in some way.
Mm-hmm. I feel like...
And if you are to survive, you need to protect magic against the druids.
Yeah, definitely. That's huge. I feel like you're going to be like really, really hurting for gear, like equipment specifically, like armor. I don't know how you get like almost any armor. Except for people that you can kill in theory. I guess you can kill other players, right? But like... It's a little wishy-washy, I feel like, because like in theory you can kill any player because it's like in the wilderness, but what's to stop you from just like logging onto your alt account and like killing your alt for stuff? You know what I mean? Seems like kind of cheap. So I almost feel like PvP should be disabled. So an Iron Man in the wilderness, I guess. Because otherwise
you do quests outside of the wilderness.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could just go to a PvP world and do the quest there.
Hmm. Pikachu says the wilderness still scares me, to be honest. It's not as bad as I thought it was, to be honest. It definitely gives me bad vibes, but it's mostly because of like the darkness within humanity. You know what I mean? I don't know. Dying in this game isn't as bad as it was back in the way back. Like if I die here, I can show you. If I die right now, no skull active, killed by a player, wilderness beyond level 20. Other than the Chinchompas that I have, I'm only risking a little bit of money. This stuff I get to keep. These things are basically free. This stuff is basically free. This food I would have eaten before I died. And these potions I would have drank as well. You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's not that bad. I end up not risking very much, all said. Still feels bad, and it's mostly just like a time loss is what it ends up being. Because whenever I'm dead and coming back or whatever, I'm not doing the skill training method. It's like the biggest problem. But, you know, it is what it is. The rate's better here even with the PKers. And if it wasn't, then I would stop doing it here. I would do it somewhere else. You know? And that's like, it's like the idea, right? Like the game designers intend for you to come here to do the skill so that players can come here and kill you. And both parties should be incentivized to be here. It should be worth it for both. You know, people come here to kill me so that it benefits them, and then I'm here because, you know, the skill is worth training here because the rate is better, and also the money that I get, you know, should be. Looks like an Ellie guy again. I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't think he's actually here to PK. Yeah. He just freaks me out. Again, you wouldn't really bring an Ellie with you, that like huge defensive option to PK people. You could. You definitely can. It's just a weird choice. Usually your offhand is dedicated to something better offensively than that. It's also a lot of risk. That's a lot of risk. It's like fucking 750 mil or some shit. Even as a PKer, you technically get to keep one safe item as long as you have prayer, but that's a big if. Pikachu says, ain't nobody got time to prayer. Oh, no, you do. It's very easy in this game. Prayer in this game is very weird. It's like how any other game does magic, for the most part. The only thing that makes it stand out is that, like, you can't regen prayer, like, really at all. You have to drink potions, basically, or interact with a shrine in the game. It's like a strictly limited resource, which I think is very cool. Very great for the game. Fuck off. What's this guy doing? I don't think I can tell the god swords apart at a glance. Is it the hilts that are different and that's it? You use different hilts
That's
for
it.
them. Yeah.
It's all the same blade.
Yeah. Do the specs look different? Like the animation for them?
Yep.
Okay. I wouldn't really recognize them anyway, but fuck, man. I didn't bring tar either. Pikachu says you've been streaming a while. Yeah, it's actually pretty normal. I slept a lot yesterday as well. John Smolth ended my stream 2 hours early, 2.5 hours early or whatever. So I ended up going to sleep right around then. I might have stayed up just a little bit. And yeah, I went to sleep at like 11 and I woke up at around 8. Well, no, I woke up at 4 or 4:30. And then I just refused to get up. I was like, no, we're staying in bed and sleeping. And eventually I did get back to sleep. I have no idea when. Oh, why didn't I drop off the Black Chin Champas? I mean, it was only 20, but still. I should definitely be picking these up. No! I fucked up. There's four dead Chinchompas on my hands. They died. It's fine. Fuck them. Let God sort them. That's what I always say. Pika says the Unreal Engine crashed. Ah, as expected of the Unreal Engine. Just as Keikaku. Pikachu says my life's work was in that engine. You're supposed to save frequently, sir. What do you mean? And also back up your files. And Pikachu says, yeah, it's fine. Oh, okay, good. He's like, yeah, no, my life's work was in the engine, but it's okay. I can fix it. It's easier to build the second time. That's so real. I can't tell you how many different like programming things that have been like completely destroyed by something. And it's like, I'll just do it again. It'll take me like fucking 8 hours the first time and like an hour the second or whatever. Like, no problem. It's fine. Usually it comes out better the second time too. Pikachu says my real life's work was inside me all along, but also my important work is in Blender or no. So you just have to re-import the files. Fine. Okay, good. I wonder, should I like, if that's true, if the programming thing that I said is true, I wonder if I should just like program something and then deliberately throw it away and then program it again. Like, at least until like I get diminishing returns, or it's like, no, it's definitely the same at this point. Because after a certain point, it's like, you know, if I can just improve this just by iterating on it, like force iterating on it, it's like, it probably should, right? Pikachu says, I added the neck bones, but haven't weight painted all the bones yet. Weight painted all the bones. Pikachu says, you'd think that, but the Mozilla developer man guy says rewriting is way more expensive than iterating on your existing shitty code. Rewriting is way more expensive than iterating on your existing shitty code. Isn't that what I'm saying? Just like start over and write it again? Isn't that rewriting? Rather than what does iterating mean in this? What does iterating mean versus rewriting? They both could mean either, right? I feel like iterating is when you modify code. Rewriting is when you start fresh. Pikachu says, because even if that shitty code is riddled with bugs and bug fixes, they're bug fixes that were learned and dealt with versus a new code base that could have a whole new species of bugs and stuff. It's true. Okay. Pikachu says, iterating is like changing your existing code. Rewriting is like deleting everything and starting over. Okay. So we agree on that. So what is it that you originally said? But the Mozilla developer man guy says rewriting is way more expensive than iterating. Okay. I misread it or misunderstood it from the beginning as well. Okay, maybe. I guess it depends. I think the complexity of the system is the main thing. Because if you don't fall into the same pitfalls, it could be better to rewrite it. But if you're gonna rewrite it, right? If you're starting from nothing and you just fall into the same foibles or whatever over and over again, you're literally never gonna progress. You're just gonna keep making the same bug fixes over and over again because you never learned your fucking lesson, old man. I got you. I guess we do this. Sure. We do that box first because it resets faster. Few notes, right? Like, so I've learned a lot about this. Still not perfect as far as 3-ticking goes, but it's pretty good, pretty refined. One thing, you click. So first you click the square where the box is. Don't click it too fast as well. You have to finish placing the box. Then you click the square where the box is, not the box, because if you click the square where the box is, you step directly to it rather than traveling one tile at a time, which is maddening, by the way. Another thing, timing does matter, so you have to do the tick manipulation after the box lands in your inventory. If there's a box that's already on the ground, you can click the box directly. You don't need to click the floor next to it. You lay a box, or I'm sorry, you arm a box that's on the ground faster than you reset a box, whether it's green or red. You do the same thing with green and red boxes. The tick manipulation works for both. If you're too slow with the tick manipulation, you'll step westward like that. That's what that means. What else? God, I'm fucking terrible at this game. Jesus. Oh, if you click soon enough after, you want to click after you do every tick, after you place every box. But you don't want to do it too soon, or you do that westward step, and you don't want to do it too late, or you lose your herb. But you can click under you, which will stop you from doing that westward step and also from losing your herb. The problem being that it's just an extra click for no reason. So it's worse for RSI, but it's better for saving your herb. That's all it does, is make your herb safer. Which is like not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. We're making way more money than that herb will ever cost us. It's just that if you run out of herbs, I have 3 here, which means that I can fuck up 3 times, right? Before I have to reset. Just slows down my rate if I reset all the fucking time. That's the only reason. It's not a big deal, but it is definitely something. You definitely should be comfortable with this without using that extra click, though. I think you should be able to do it consistently. The worst part about the 3-tick method, which is what I'm doing here, is that you constantly are messing with your herb, which means that you constantly are at risk of losing your herb. Whereas the 1-tick, you only have to do the setup, in theory, once, and you could constantly be resetting these traps, literally constantly. If the Chinjampas are constantly falling into them, if they're flowing into them like a river, then you literally don't need to do anything other than reset them, and your rate is like unbelievable. There you go. TLDR for 3-ticking Chinjampas. It's pretty chill, to be honest. Too many clicks to be like truly chill. But it's not bad. Worth doing, I think. Much, much faster than no tick manipulation at all. Jeremy says, I gave myself a forehead. It's so based. Good for you, man. I don't know what a based forehead means exactly, but good for you, man. Fuck, man. I'm also terrible at this game. Pikachu says foreheads are pog. Sure they are, man. Of course they are. Pikachu says, what I'm more impressed about, honestly, is that I didn't like redo all my blend shapes, and somehow it kind of works. I don't really know what that means, but good. Sounds like you saved yourself a lot of trouble. Oh, it's also harder to do this on a 100 ping world. That might also be relevant. That's why I'm fucking up every single time. No, it's not that. Mostly fine. That was weird. I definitely clicked next to that box, but it didn't really work for some reason. Picture Open says, the only thing I didn't do yet is fix the one bug that actually bothers me. Oh, good. So you fixed a bunch of shit that didn't bother you. That's cool. Question? Why? Sure, it made sense at the time. However, comma, you know, just one of those things. Fuck. Pikachu says, because I don't know how to fix the one bug that bothers me. See, that makes a ton of sense to me. Of course. Not being able to do it or not knowing how to do it. It's a great reason not to do it yet. I had a problem with my audio, my RuneScape audio for this stream. And do you know what I did to fix it? I turned the Windows settings audio from the game routing that I want it to go to anything else and then back to game. That was, everything was set up fine and it looked like it was fine. And I was like, okay, if it's supposed to be working, why isn't it playing the way that it's supposed to? And I just like toggled it for a second and it worked. And I'm like, that's a stupid reason for that to start working. But okay, sure. How it works. Pikachu says deleted system 32. That would definitely fuck my computer up. But no, I did not do that. Why is it system 32? Aren't we 64-bit now? Shouldn't it be system 64? Is that not what 32 means? Pikachu says, yeah, but weirdly like, no. It would cause some kernel level error in all Windows operating systems if you renamed it in the base operating system. Everything would just die horribly. Pikachu says syswow 64 is actually where all the old 32 shit goes. That's weird. I love syswow.
System World of Warcraft.
What's the 64 mean? How many worlds there are in Warcraft? There might actually be like something like 64 regions in like vanilla WoW. Probably pretty close. Maybe only like 40. Seems like within the ballpark though. Pikachu says it's the architecture of the CPU. I don't know what that means. Like literally the physical way that the CPU is constructed. It's crazy. Pikachu says, I guess the WoW in syswow 64 stands for Windows on Windows 64-bit. So it's where all the 32-bit shit on the 64-bit shit goes. Are you saying that your 64-bit operating system is backwards compatible because it has a syswow 64 folder that has 32-bit shit in it? Because that's fucking crazy. Bug says, hey Panda, listen, I just think that, well, you know, if you did do that thing, then yeah, it'd be good. Not bad. Definitely good, bad. Or bad good. You get it, probably. I thought you were going into a kung fu. No, a kung pao enter the fist thing. There should be a worse, stronger word for killing. Like bad wrong or badong. Yes, killing is badong. And I shall stand for the opposite of killing. Good not, dab.
opposite of killing, birthing.
Thank you for the hydrate part. I don't know if I could really stand for the opposite of killing and birthing, unless like RTJ, I count spilling a pile of my kids on your couch, which is a little bit different, I think, logistically. Pikachu says the 32-bit system can access 2 to the 32 memory addresses, which is like a max of 4 gigabytes of RAM. 64-bit, it's like 2 to the 64 memory addresses, which is 18 billion gigabytes of RAM. Oh. 64-bit is much bigger than 32-bit. 18 billion gigabytes? So that's like 18 million petabytes, I think. No, terabytes. 18 million terabytes, right? So that would be 18,000 petabytes. Jesus fucking Christ. Pikachu says, technically the architecture is like x86-64. And I guess the OG System 32 is called x86, named after the 8386, which was the first Intel 32-bit processor in the 80 family. I think you're losing me. I don't think you're explaining anything. I think you're getting me more lost. Pikachu says x86 is also the original instruction set. I guess they just tacked on the 64-bit shits. Instead of making a whole new architecture, it just became x64, x86-64. I think I understand why now it says 86 for some reason. Like every time I go to the C drive or whatever. Yeah, there's program files and there's program files x86. And I always wondered what the fuck, why I have two different program files, but one of them is basically 64-bit. That's what you're saying. Because you didn't always have two, but now you do have two. So that part makes sense. The rest of that shit though, that could mean anything. The rest of it though, like, I don't know. Pikachu says technically it's the 32-bit. I'm sorry. So the 32-bit one is in the 86 folder. The regular one is 64-bit. Okay, sure. Does that mean that all of my shit is in the wrong place? Hold on. What's in my 86 and what's in my other? I think this is the one with everything. The 86 one. Yeah. Does that mean that it's wrong? Why, like, should my Steam shit be in the 86 one? Is my whole shit wrong? Should my games be 64-bit instead of 32-bit? Whatever the fuck that means. Did I get the wrong version of Steam all along? Uninstall Steam and reinstall it, starting over? Pikachu says, I think to a certain extent, unless a specific program needs over 40 gigabytes of RAM, 4 gigabytes of RAM, it probably doesn't care, and it's still a 32-bit exe. Oh, I see. So if I'm playing Call of Duty, it matters, but otherwise it doesn't. Wait, of RAM. I don't even know how much RAM that is. I guess, like, Zomboid and Minecraft definitely use that much RAM. But other than those two things, I don't really know. Zomboid as like the server host or whatever, you just want to like crank that joker up, get that shit like 16 gigabytes or whatever. Just let it get what it can. And it's good. It'll help. I don't know how it helps, but it helps. It's good. I noticed that my computer was only using 2 of its 4 RAM stick drives, I guess, slots. And I was like, oh, maybe I should get the other 2 just because. And then I realized that I think that those sticks are 64 gigabytes. And I was like, I don't think I could ever use I don't think I could ever use either they're 64 or 32. And either way, it's like, I don't think I could ever need the other 2 slots. Like, I genuinely don't know that I could use all 4 of them in any way in my life. I don't think it's possible for me to do that. Like, whatever I'm doing, I'm probably not doing it right at that point. Like, it's probably fine. Like, I probably do not need to upgrade that literally at all. It's probably fine. I'm going to have a different problem before the RAM is the issue, I think. Pikachu says most modern processors only handle dual channel access, so they can access up to 2 sticks at once, and adding 4 sticks would actually make things worse. But Threadripper has quad channel access, and I think that's cool as fuck. So you're saying that most modern processors only have dual channel access? What does that even mean? How can it be dual channel access if it's like a quad core processor? That doesn't make any fucking sense. What does the quad mean, Pika? What does it mean? Does it say how many channels it has on the like tag? Or does it just say, you know, fucking i9 quad core, fucking 27 gigahertz, fucking 15 shiny spankle dorks, and 12 extra spectral McSpazitrons? It's like, oh, good. None of that means anything. For those of you who know computers, you know that I went from one like real thing to a fake thing. And for those of you who don't know computers, it sounded like everything I said might be legit. Pikachu says, yeah, it can access 2 sticks at once. It's a separate part of your CPU called an IMC integrated memory controller. That's definitely redundantly named. It's an IMC integrated memory controller, or an integrated memory controller, integrated memory controller. You're not tricking me. I know what acronyms are. Pikachu says it's where it handles access to RAM and shit. Yeah, no, I got it. I got it. You're not tricking me with your ATM machine situation. I know things. I'm not stupid. Pikachu says it's called an integrated memory controller. It's what handles access to RAM and shit. I think its functions are independent of core count. So what you're saying is there's a bottleneck separate from your CPU that causes that problem. So it's a motherboard problem more than it is a CPU problem, probably. Pikachu says it's like the CPU has 2 loading bays. Each stick of RAM is a truck. It can only unload from 2 trucks at once. Pikachu says, but the Threadripper 4 loading bays, 4 trucks. Well, it's a part of your CPU. Okay, so it's not a motherboard thing. It is a CPU thing, but it's like it is a motherboard thing in that it's like separate from what your CPU is actually capable of. The IMC inside the CPU. Okay, so what you're saying is, in order for me to benefit from 4 sticks of RAM, I either need 1 channel or I need 4 channels, realistically. And obviously you have 2 channels, which is better than having 1 channel if you have 2 sticks. So you might as well just go with 2, ultimately. Until they make either a better thing or use whatever Threadripper thing that you keep popping off about it is. Whatever that is. Pikachu says, but it's a separate part of the CPU that isn't processing instructions like your cores are doing. Sure. Pikachu says, well, modern CPUs have 2 channels, but yes. Yeah. Pikachu says, Threadripper. Just drop 4K on a Threadripper. I'm sure that wouldn't even have a noticeable difference in my performance. And Pikachu's like, oh no, actually, it would help tremendously. It would be night and day. You would be like, you would absolutely, oh my god, it's crazy. Like for me, I actually don't think it would matter at all. Maybe for you, you'd be like, oh shit, I can crank this shit up to 400 fucking FPS in Apex. I need to invest in fucking $10,000 into a better monitor, but it's gonna be so sick. Pikachu says real-time shit might be slightly more real-time. You might notice or you might not, depending on what you do. I don't do anything in real time. I live my life in like, how much lag is there in your fucking neurons? It's like a not imperceptible amount of lag or whatever. Like your body has to like autonomously respond to like losing your balance because you can't process shit fast enough to like control your body in cases where you like would slip and fall. You know what I mean? There's like actual input lag in real life. It's just that your brain is also very good at anticipating shit. Pikachu says some of the more gooder Threadripper RAM runs at 10 nanoseconds. That's like well beyond. I don't know what human perception is like, but 10 nanoseconds has got to be well less than that. I think 60 FPS is like realistically as good as I could hope for my reaction speed to be, you know what I mean? And that's 1/60th of a second. 10 nanoseconds is 10 to the -9 seconds, which is 10 zeros, 0.10 fucking zeros 1 or some shit. Maybe 9 at that point. It's probably 9. But same thing. Like, it doesn't matter. One order of magnitude doesn't make a difference at that point. Whereas 1/60th is like, what, 0.16 or some shit? Less than that? 0.016? That seems right. Yeah, because 0.16 would be 0.16, right? So 0.016 seems right. Quick maths. But yeah, I don't think I need anything to process that fast. It would be nice for when I have to render videos, I guess, sometimes, but I very rarely do that. I don't really use editing software, you know what I mean? So like, it would be definitely. Pikachu says humans are like 13 milliseconds, but RAM is 10 nanoseconds, which is 1.3 million times faster. 13 milliseconds. Yes, I said 16 milliseconds, right? 16 centiseconds? Hold on. Deciseconds would be tenths. Centiseconds would be hundreds. Milliseconds is thousands. So I was off by an order of magnitude then. Wait, but it's 13, not 1.3. So no, I was right. 13 milliseconds it takes our brain to process an image is equivalent to 13 million nanoseconds. No, I got that. Yeah. 0.16 seconds is 16 milliseconds, I think. Maybe that's not, though. It seems wrong. It seems like it would be centiseconds. Pikachu says, I just felt like that paints a clearer picture. No, I got you. I'm just struggling with fucking metric conversions for some reason. Yeah, no. I was off by an order of magnitude. It would be 0.0. Wait, didn't I say that? I said that! It was 0.16. I just forgot. I'm just stupid. We got there. God damn it. I was right, but I was right in the worst way possible. I just forgot that I was right. No! I did the math right and I forgot that I figured out the right answer. No, it's the worst possible outcome. Pikachu says, I'm imagining like chilling 1 nanosecond goes by and then a literal million of those later someone else responds or something. Yes. The movie Her is a good example. She's like, imagine reading your favorite book, but the spaces between the lines and the time between turning the pages becomes greater and greater. you still love the book, but it takes so fucking long. Takes so much fucking time. Shout out to Scarlett Johansson. Not the voice I would have chosen. Oh yeah, and that was fucking Joaquin Phoenix too. That guy is a fantastic fucking actor. Scarlett Johansson did okay, but Joaquin Phoenix, like, I did not know that that's who that fucking was. Disappeared into the fucking role, dude. Opposite case, Jim Carrey as Dr. Robotnik. Fantastic job, but he's definitely Jim Carrey. Fantastic job, though. Worth watching the movie, the 3 movies, just to see Jim Carrey be Dr. Robotnik, Mr. Eggman. Mr. Eggman? Just Eggman, I think. Pikachu says, I haven't seen the Sonic movies. I saw all 3 of them. Oh yeah, you do have a... Wait, is this the same picture? Are these the same? Or did you do a before and after? Can I not tell the difference? Pikachu says, wait, down below. Down below? Down below what? The eyes are slightly wider. I guess I believe that. You like punched in as well, so it's like really, really hard for me to tell. Corporate wants you to tell the difference between these 2 pictures. And I'm like, I'm really bad at spot the difference. Your eyes are definitely, you're definitely looking at something closer to you in the left picture, but it's really hard to tell that there's actual physical differences between the 2 because you're also just like noticeably further away. I need the left one to be zoomed out by fucking 20% or something in order for me to like really look at them side by side. I'm really bad at this. Holy shit. Pikachu says, yeah, it's hard because live link is open, so my face is moving. It's very funny. You're like doing your best to look exactly the same way before and after, trying not to bust your ass laughing at something. You know what I mean? It's impossible. Difficulty impossible. Did you make a menu? You said you were gonna, well, you said you were thinking about making a menu. You didn't say you were gonna, right? But if you make a menu, you should add a credits. Why do you look like you're coming on to me in this picture? Yes, a credits. That would be fan-fucking-tastic. The angle is like 100% like, hey. Pikachu says, I try to be seductive when I can. Any opportunity, you know what I mean? Okay, so these are 2 different pictures. This is before and after. I think I like the right one more, but I can't say why. I could not tell you what the difference is. I don't know if it's because the right one's on the right or not. Because I just intuited that the right one is after and therefore I wanted to like it more. I fully don't know. Pikachu says the right one, the eyes are further apart, but I think that makes them bigger. I might be able to see that the eyes are indeed further apart. Pikachu says it's like the eye shape is definitely different. The right one is actually the old. Eye shape is definitely different. Your hair's also like fucking in the way. Oh wait, no, on the right side of the left eye, they are noticeably different. Hold on. I have spotted the difference. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the right one, the right side of the left eye on the right picture. I don't want to say it's wrong, but it looks like the hawk eye almost that you have going on in the right picture looks, it makes it look like you're looking not at me but to your left instead, whereas on the left picture it looks like you're looking at me instead. That's interesting. I'm not able to perceive these subtle differences. I can't possibly tell. Pikachu says ever so slightly more seductive. Now that I see it, yeah, it definitely does look like one of them. Pikachu says, so wait, so which one do you like more? I said the right one originally, but the detail on that one eye, I like the left eye. I'm sorry, your right eye, my left, on the left one more. Pikachu says there's no wrong answer because I'm on the fence about it, honestly. The vibe of the right one I liked more, but I can't put that in terms in any way. But the left, the right eye, the left, my left the whole time. The left picture's left eye looks better than the right picture's left eye. Definitely. But I don't know that I can say anything other than that. Jesus. Stop using your stuff. All mine. Left for everything. Left on left. Thumbs up. The right picture's left eye. Nah, man. Seems like something's wrong. Oh wait, does the same apply in reverse though? Maybe the same applies in reverse. The right picture's right eye seems better than the left picture's right eye. The wider, taller eyes are better in the first sets of pictures. Okay, so we're comparing. So the left is still the left and the right is still the right. The wider, taller eyes. Wait, the eyes are wider and taller? I definitely believe wider. Oh no, I guess taller is what I was actually perceiving. Wait. The left is the wider, taller on both? The top left one looks like the same eye shape as the bottom right one. You put the order backwards on the first set. See? Okay, so I know what the fuck I'm talking about. We actually agree. We got there. Okay. We're cooking. I was like, this feels like a trick because I feel like the eye shape is the same top left and bottom right. But we got there. Okay. I think I like the top right image the most. But looking very, very closely at your eyes in the bottom, it looks like your eyes disagree with each other slightly, like you're ever so slightly cross-eyed in some way. Not in the top pictures. The top pictures seem fine, but the right eye of the right image is better than the right eye of the left image, and likewise the left eye of the left image is better than the left eye of the right image. And I think that that's what's messing with me and why I can't choose one specifically. But if I'm looking at the first two pictures, I like the top one better for sure. The top right one better for sure. Pikachu says either because of the calibration or because the actual axis of the eye bones is slightly off wrong. Also, it's completely fucking dark in here. Yeah, I believe that as well. I'm in a dark ass room as well. I'm doing my fucking best, brother. I'm doing my fucking best. So net, top right is the big winner. Left eye is much better on the left one than it is on the right one for the second set of images. And then there's just like a small note on the right eye of the left image, where it seems like the right eye of the left image seems weird for some reason, like slightly off of where it should be, unlike the right eye of the right image. Ejodis, that's all I got for you. Pikachu says, I'm impressed the live link tracks at all, to be honest, because it's so fucking dark. My monitors are the source of light for my shit. Like, you could see my face right now, this movement, because of the monitors light shining on me. It's the only light in the whole room. Well, not the only light. It's my monitors, my Go XLR, my Stream Deck, my iPhone that's capturing my face. Those are the light sources in this room. There is nothing else. Which is funny because some people are like, oh man, you gotta have, like, you know, even as a VTuber, you should have a ring light so that it's, you know, perfectly, you know, ambient lit or whatever, you know, directional lighting or whatever. And I'm like, that shit is like fully not necessary. I mean, it probably does help. It probably does help with tracking a lot, because like I'll go like this and it'll like start fucking up. But generally, it doesn't matter. My problem at this point is I need better rigging. And by better, I don't mean to say that my rigger did a bad job. He might have done like a perfect job and I just need to tune it. I need to calibrate it to myself or something like that. But I don't know how to make it better than it is. I fully don't know what's lacking at this point. I need to talk to someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about in order to make it any better than it is right now. Pikachu says, I have a softbox that I turn on when I stream. It's because when I play games and they decide to do like a black cutscene, the tracking just completely dies. That's so funny. That sort of makes sense though, because if it's just black, I have so many other monitors, I don't think that would ever be a problem for me, because if this screen becomes black, like this screen becomes black, this screen is still on, this screen is still on, this screen is still on, and this screen is still on. And this screen is usually showing basically my Discord and also my fucking wallpaper. Like, that's really all that this screen does, unless I'm collabing with people, in which case I'll have their stream open here and sometimes here as well, depending on how many people I'm collabing with. I can do 2 up here and I can do 1 here. Well, 2 here as well. I've never collabed with that many people though. For other streamers, that's never really happened before. I would love to do 3 up here, but my stream needs to take up an entire monitor by itself. I can't cut my stream down at all. It just doesn't make sense to do that. So a third monitor, unironically, a third monitor on the top row would be helpful in the cases that I am streaming with, like the Pickle Pack, for example. Oh god, these are the same fucking picture. Oh wait. They are not the same picture. One eye definitely seems lazier than the other. That's funny. Is that the feedback you were looking for? Okay, I see that they are indeed different. God, I feel like you're coming on to me is what mostly is happening. Pikachu says, I mean, it does make me want to fix the eyes. That's pretty funny. What if one of your eyes is just lazier? Have you ever considered that you just have a lazier eye? You're like, fuck, it's not the rig, it's me. It's the rig is perfect, but I'm the problem. There was a time where I was like, why is my mouth always open? And it's like, oh, because my mouth is open. Pikachu says, I think my IRL eyes are pretty non-lazy. I wouldn't know. You know what I mean? Like, unless you look at yourself in the mirror, I have no idea how you would really know. Which of these do I prefer? Oh god, I feel like I'm picking out fucking napkins for the wedding. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, they're the fucking same. They're the fucking same. I actually can see a difference, and I'm trying to determine which one seems better. I think, is it the same thing again? I think that the right eye on the left one seems like it's not looking at me. I think it's the same thing. I think I like the left eye, the left picture's left eye more, and the right picture's right eye more. Because the left picture's left eye is looking at me, but the right eye isn't really. It's looking just barely past me. Pikachu says, just pick the napkins, waifu. True. You're so right. You're so right. He's like, I'm gonna try to fix the eyes. That's not really the problem, but like that doesn't seem to be where we're at. I almost feel bad for the stream. It's like nobody's gonna be able to appreciate what it is that I'm fucking looking at. Maybe I should just show you. Do you want me to show off the nightmare fuel that I am going through, Pikachu, so that everybody can appreciate it together? We can look together. We need to end this fucking stream is the thing. This stream needs to end at some point. And that moment is like fucking now. Pikachu says, I mean, it's always been an issue. I think there's some weird axis cross combination. I don't know what the fuck that means. Axis cross combination sounds like a combo move. You don't have to show on your stream, but you're absolutely allowed to. I think I must. I think that the people need to understand. Pikachu says, I don't mean to take over. It's fine. It was interesting enough for me as well. But I reacted to it too strongly to not show. I think the people need to be able to appreciate, at least at the end. They need to be able, like, anybody that's like invested, you know what I mean? They need to be able to like know what it was that the fuck I was talking about. You know what I mean? Sight unseen, it's like suffering, you know? It's like truly pain, I imagine. If you're like invested in what's going on, like you must know. So I will show, but then we'll call it. We gotta be done as well. Pikachu says, so the live link data comes in as like a rotation in the pitch, roll, and yaw, but sometimes based on the model, my model's bone and their axis, the pitch might be the roll and the roll might be the yaw, and so on. Okay, sure. Pikachu said, sometimes to further complicate things, one of these could be backwards entirely, so pitch could actually be negative yaw. That is definitely fucking crazy. All right, let's do... All right, we're gonna do two pictures, I think. We'll be fine. And I'm gonna do some labeling to help. So it's this one is that one. This one is that one. So it's 1, 2 for the first, because you reversed them. No. That's the opposite. This is 1, this is 2. Oh god, I'm just gonna let it be what it is. That's part of the fun, I guess. All right, images. No, this is actually... Oh no, it is images. I just saved it, so it's fine. Image. We do... Wait, where did my screenshots go? Screenshots, perfect. You? All right, so this is the first thing I was sent. This is actually going to take a lot of space, so I'll let it be. And you can see he definitely is like, first of all, I said something and he made it worse. That's actually the main thing, right? Like, okay, and then this is the most recent picture where he's like clearly directly coming on to me at this point. Like he leans so far into it. This is a fucking headshot. This is fucking flirting is what this is. Like, look at this. Look at this. This man is fucking trying to come on to me right now. I'm not even on the fucking stream anymore. That's fine. But yeah, so the first two pictures were kind of bad because they had different aspect ratios, but you can see these two are a lot closer. And then if you look closely, right? Hold on. I can do one other thing. If I close this for a sec, oh no, I need that. If I close this for a second, and then if I open this, okay, and then I open this and this, I should be able to hold on, this, and then oh, one more thing. These have to go here. Okay, now I should be able to, no? Oh God, I don't think I'm gonna be able to fix it then. Where is this? Oh, is it supposed to be over here? Oh, that sort of worked, but it's like wackadoo somehow. Okay, so if I transform fit to screen, okay. Okay, perfect. That'll do. So this eye, right, has different eye white than this one does. That's the difference that I caught. And you can kind of see the same thing here. This eye white here isn't really present here. In addition, this eye is actually slightly looking this way, whereas this one is looking at you. Likewise here and here. That's what I'm saying. Pikachu says that's actually a transparency issue most likely. Oh, also just iris size in general. That very well could be a thing as well. It could be an iris size thing. But that's the most that I could do for you. I was just looking as closely as I could to try to help. All right. All right. Now we've shared with the class. I don't know why this thing was broken. Actually, I'll fix it later. If it's still broken, that's fine. All right, and we're done here. We remove this. As much as I appreciate having your headshots in my DM, I gotta get out of here. We gotta call it. We gotta be done. All right. Who's live? Who are we raiding into? I'm gonna be back tomorrow morning. Saku's gonna be back fucking Sunday afternoon. He's gonna be playing Pokemon. I'm gonna be playing RuneScape and then Apex with Pikachu Me, and then we're gonna be playing Core Keeper with the Pickle Pack. Nia is playing Warframe, but fuck Warframe. Fuck that game. I fucking hate that game. I kind of do actually hate that game, to be honest. And Pikachu says, hell yes, so based. Somebody playing fucking RuneScape? Can we raid someone actually playing RuneScape for once? Fucking no. Absolutely fucking not. Oh God. Was I talking all that shit about? Okay, hold on. What's Sarah playing? She's doing a birthday thing. She's not playing shit. She's just fucking yapping. That'll do. We were yapping. That's mostly what we were doing at the end of this stream. All right, so we're going to raid into, her name is Sarah Aces. She plays a wide variety of games. She's streaming with Sagacious Sarah, a different Sarah, I suppose. She's officially old. That is not what her name is. Sarah Aces. I added an extra A for no reason. She plays a little bit of Final Fantasy 11. She plays a lot of Elden Ring Night Rain. She's a friend of a friend as well. She's, oh my God, the party hats is very funny to me. She plays a lot of different games. She's a 14 player as well. Definitely 11 player. Monster Hunter Wilds, I've seen her play. Yeah, what is her main game at this point? That's the problem, actually, that I'm coming into. Damn, I actually don't know what her main game. I've seen her play so many different games. I actually don't know what her main game is. I guess we're gonna have to find out together. I'm gonna have to bother her about that. But she has a fantastic vibe, fantastic energy, very conversational. Right now she's just chatting, so we can find out more about her together because she's just gonna be sharing, I imagine. She's also got a terrible angel-looking character next to her. When I say terrible, I have bad vibes with angelic people. So I guess what it comes down to. She seems fine, I guess. A little ominous, maybe. It's the shading mostly. You'll see. You'll understand. Is there anything else? Do I go? Yeah, we go. We got to get out of here. All right. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. All right. Another thing.